Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called What is PHP? Well, PHP is one of the most, if not the most, popular server-side programming language on the web today, with more than 240 million websites using it as of January 2013, according to Wikipedia. Websites like Google, Apple, Facebook, and YouTube utilize PHP. Popular content management systems like WordPress, Drupal, Joomla, and Expression Engine all rely on PHP. PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. I know, right? I don't get it either. PHP can be used as a standalone programming language to create robust applications, or it can be used within HTML code to create dynamic websites, which is the goal of this course. PHP runs on a server, and in order to use PHP on your own computer when developing a website, you'll need to have a server installed on your machine. Don't worry about this part. It's quick and painless to get set up, and it doesn't cost you a penny. I'll be covering the tools you'll need in an upcoming lecture. Also, I will be frequently referencing php.net throughout the duration of this course, and I recommend you bookmark it for easy access. Stay tuned because in the next lecture, I'll be giving you a quick rundown of some of the cool things PHP can do. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called What does PHP do? Well, PHP can do a whole bunch of really neat things, such as access information typed into a web form and do something with it, like send an email, navigate to a specific page based on the info submitted in the form, create a user account, log a user in, etc. Find out what browser and operating system your visitors are using. Display alternate versions of a web page to users who are using mobile devices or specific browsers like Internet Explorer. Do math. And most importantly, in my opinion, create templates for your website so you don't have to hand code your headers, footers, and sidebars for every single page. There's so much that PHP can do, but I don't want to go into all the details right now because I'd like to show you by jumping right in. I think that it's much more fun that way. Next up, you're going to need to have some specific tools in order to get the best out of your PHP learning experience, and I will cover those in the next lecture, so I'll see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Tools to Get Started. As I mentioned before, because PHP is a server-side programming language, it requires a server in order to run. Now, I don't mean a physical server that costs thousands of dollars and takes up an entire closet. I mean a virtual server that can run on your computer. The great thing about this is that there are a number of great free options out there. If you're on a Mac, I suggest using MAMP. MAMP stands for Mac Apache MySQL PHP. However, they've recently developed a beta version for Windows. So the Windows version stands for My Apache MySQL PHP. If you're on a Windows machine, I recommend trying the Windows version of MAMP as well. Keep in mind that it's in beta at the time of the recording of this video, so there may be some bugs they're still working out. Alternatively, both Mac and PC users can try something like AMPS, AMPPS, but I will be using MAMP, so it might be easier for you to follow along using MAMP as well. So in the interest of full disclosure, please keep in mind that some of the following resources that I'm about to talk about are my affiliate links, and I'll earn a small commission should you decide to make a purchase with them. At absolutely no cost to you, however. Keep in mind that I either have thorough experience with the following tools and websites, or have heard great things about them, and I am only recommending them because they have helped me succeed in my business or are incredibly useful. Don't spend any of your money on the products or resources unless you think they will help you or further you in your learning experience with me. So my most recommended tool is a code editor. You're obviously going to need a code editor for this course. And if you're serious about coding or you want to start out with a solid tool to code with, I strongly recommend Coda 2 for Mac. It has a beautiful user interface with tabbed navigation, a super sidebar, and a simple layout. The features are totally outrageous and extensive with code folding, smart complete, auto indentation, Git integration, built-in terminal, iCloud support, just to name a few. The features, they seem to be endless with Coda 2. I use Coda 2 for all of my courses and tutorials, and also for my projects, personal and professional. And if you decide to use Coda 2 as your code editor of choice, it would greatly benefit you when taking my courses, this one and all my other ones. The price of the editor weighs in at $75 US, but there's a 7-day unlimited trial, which should be plenty of time for you to complete this course. However, there are more options out there, and here are a few you might consider. So for both Mac and Windows, there is something called Textastic, a minimal code editor that allows multitasking, auto code completion, syntax highlighting, and more. I've never used it personally, but it seems to be a popular choice. The great thing about this one is it's only $5.99 US. There might also be a free trial with this one as well. I'm not entirely sure. Next up, Sublime Text. It's a full-fledged code editor that features side-by-side mode for comparing documents, full screen mode, a whole bunch of other great features as well. And one of the best code editors out there. And if I didn't love Coda 2 so much, I would probably use Sublime Text. The price tag for Sublime Text is $70, but it comes with a free trial. Now for Mac-only users, there is Espresso by MacRabbit. It is a sexy code editor that looks beautiful and performs just as beautifully. Espresso claims to turbocharge your workflow. It features extensive language support, powerful smart snippets, code folding, real-time live styling, and so much more. Espresso's price tag is $75 US, but it has a free trial as well, so worth checking out. It's very similar to Coda as well, so if you want to try Espresso, then it might work really good with this course. All right, so Text Wrangler. It's a simple, bare-bones text editor and handles code quite well, but is meant for hand coding with no frills. That means there aren't really any features. It's a good practice to learn how to hand code the no frills way if you're just starting out with learning how to code. And the great part is it's free as well. There's also BB Edit, which is the big brother to Text Wrangler. BB Edit has a much more impressive feature set, much like the features listed in the code editors I previously mentioned. So next, you're obviously going to need a browser. I suggest using a modern browser like Google Chrome, Apple Safari, or Firefox. I will be using Google Chrome throughout the course, so it might be helpful to follow along. Domain names and web hosting. So they're not required for this course, but it is a good idea to have a domain name and hosting account ready, as later in the course we will be touching on how to upload your website live on the web. If you don't have a domain and web hosting and you don't want to have it, that's okay. So my most recommended hosting provider is JustHost, and you can sign up for JustHost at bradhussey.ca/justhost. I use them for all of my websites and have been a happy customer for nearly 7 years now. I recommend these guys to all of my clients, my students, my family, and my friends. And if you're looking to start your very first website or are looking for a reliable hosting provider, then you found them. You get a free domain name for life, great customer service, unlimited domains, unlimited email accounts, unlimited gigabytes of space. It seems like there's unlimited everything, and an anytime money-back guarantee. But by far my most favorite part is you can set up a blog website in minutes with one-click WordPress install. It's quite impressive. I have a video on it. You can check it out on YouTube. These guys are awesome. Now, if you're looking to purchase a domain name, I recommend GoDaddy. And you can sign up or get a domain name at bradhussey.ca/GoDaddy. I use GoDaddy to purchase all my domain names, and it's one of the best, if not the best, website to find and purchase all of your domain names. So, learning HTML and CSS. If you're unfamiliar with HTML and CSS, I strongly recommend you pick up some of the basic skills before going forward with this course, as you might get lost in some of the concepts without HTML knowledge. Lucky for you, I have a total beginner's course called Build a Website from Scratch with HTML and CSS, and it will get you up and running quickly. I'll also give you 50% off if you use the coupon code DYNAMICPHP. Well, that's all for the important tools and resources at this point. I recommend bookmarking my resources page at bradhussey.ca/resources. for future reference, as I frequently update that page with the helpful tools I use to make my life a little bit easier. Thanks for hanging in there. Next up, we're diving into PHP basics. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called The Course Files. Either in the extras section or in the description if you're viewing from YouTube, I provided a link to download the course files. The course files are the heart of this entire course, so don't forget to download them because you're going to require them in order to follow along and for future reference. Alright, so when you've downloaded your Code Dynamic Websites course files, you will get a folder that looks like this, and it is called Code Dynamic Websites. In the folder, there are going to be a series of numbered folders from 1 through 26, 1 being the first page, the first PHP page you'll code, and 26 being the final PHP website you're going to build using what we've learned throughout this entire course. In each of these folders, there are a series of PHP pages. So we have index and practice.php, and as you get further in, you'll see that there is another file called final.php. Everything's going to make sense with these files as you go through each of the lectures, as I try my best to be very clear about when you should be using these files and how you're going to use them. In the next lecture, I explain how you're going to be using this Code Dynamic Websites course files folder to assist in your learning, because technically this folder is a website as well. It's a PHP website and it requires a server to run. It looks like this in the web browser. It's a plain old directory showing all the folders here. And basically all you need to do is just click on them and you'll be taken to the first lecture, for example, in this case. If I go back and I click on the second one, variables, I'm taken to this nice web page that I've coded and designed so that you can follow along with the lecture. You can read through, watch the video, and then you can go ahead and hit next lecture to learn more about the next lecture. As you go further and further into the course, these lectures will get increasingly more difficult and they're going to start engaging you. So for example, you'll see here, if I go to here, we have a Get Your Hands Dirty lecture, and I'm showing you a final example, and then I give you a chance to build this yourself. Obviously, you need your code editor to open the PHP file to edit it, but then you can go ahead and check out your example and see if you get the same result. As you go through, you'll see more and more of these final example and practice versions. The practice.php file in each of these lectures is going to be the sandbox where you're going to build what is in the final.php page. So for example, like here's the lecture. This is index.php. Final example is final.php. And your example is practice.php. And that is what you'll be using to build each of these mini kind of programs using PHP. And you'll get further and further down. They'll get harder and harder until you get to the last folder here called final. And it looks different because it's actually in the structure of a standard PHP website, or a very basic PHP website. We have a series of PHP pages, an images folder, an includes folder using different things here. And this will all make sense as you go through and learn PHP. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And I'm really excited to teach you some PHP. Let's do this. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Your First PHP Web Page. And in this lecture, we're going to be doing just that, starting your very first PHP web page. But before we jump right in, we need to do a couple things in order to make sure we are ready. So by this point, you should have downloaded and installed a virtual server. So either MAMP for Windows or Mac, or AMPS, or whatever other virtual server you decided to go with. Go ahead and open up your virtual server. In my case, I will be using MAMP for the Mac. If you're using the same, then this should be a breeze for you. Hopefully for the other servers, it's the same. So you'll see a screen that looks like this, a little box, and it gives you a couple options. You'll see things like status, Apache server, MySQL server, a couple red lights, meaning nothing has started yet. A couple options here, but what we're going to want to do is click on Preferences, because what we want to do is change Apache, the document root of Apache, so that we can direct that to our course files, because our course files is an actual website. Even though it's a bunch of folders with PHP pages and everything for your reference, it's actually a website as well, so that you can start it up and look at each of the individual documents as we're going through the course. So click Apache and then select. And we want to select our Code Dynamic Websites folder, the course files that you downloaded. And then click Open. And then that should be your document root. So we want the Code Dynamic Websites folder to be the actual document root. Hit OK. And then Start Servers. And this should fire up Apache and MySQL. At this point, you should be able to open up your browser of choice. In my case, I am using Google Chrome. And if you type in your address bar, localhost, port 8888, when I say port, I mean the colon. That's web speak or programmer speak for this. So localhost, port 8888. Then hit enter or return, and you should be at the index or the document root of your course files. Now, hopefully for you, if you're using a PC or a different type of machine, your port is the same. You can check here in your map settings under ports. Make sure your Apache port is 8888. Hit OK, and you should be good to go. Localhost port 8888. And now here is the index of your course files. You can see everything in a folder or in their separate folders. So the first thing we want to do is the first page. If you click on first page, you'll be taken to a page that just says Hello World. Now, I know it's not very pretty or anything, but this is actually a PHP page, and we're using PHP to print this text on your browser window. Now I'm going to show you how to do that. Open up your code editor of choice. I am using Coda 2. And then open your Code Dynamic Websites course files in your code editor. Choose first page and click on index. That should open it, and you should see a very simple little PHP page. It has HTML. You'll be familiar with this because you should probably know a little bit of HTML. And it has all the basic HTML structure for a simple HTML page. We have a title, but there's something here in the body that's quite curious, and that is PHP, my friends. You're going to be very accustomed to this syntax by the end of this course. So if it looks a little scary right now, by the end of it, it will actually look quite simple and pleasant. At least for me, it's pleasant. I quite like this. Anyway, so let me explain this just a little bit. To code PHP, you need to have, first of all, the file extension needs to be .php in order for your web browser to render it as a PHP page. Of course, you'll need a server to run it, and that's why we are using MAMP. So in my PHP page, I can use just HTML, but I can also use the PHP tag. And in order to write PHP, you need to have your opening PHP tag, which is the opening bracket, $PHP, and then to close it, you use the question mark and a closing bracket. In between there is where you code your PHP. In this case, we're using the print function. And print just spits out text or whatever you want in between these brackets and strings. So we're just printing Hello World. And now if you were to view that back in your browser, you can see Hello World. And your source code should just look like this. HTML head, title, body, Hello World. Very, very simple. So if you want to try this, I have provided in the first page folder something called practice.php. Go ahead and click that. Basically, it's the same thing minus the PHP code. So if you want to try your hand at your very first line of PHP, go ahead and remove the HTML flag here, the comment, and code your first bit of PHP. So start off like this, opening PHP tag, make sure to close it. In between here, let's do the print function, and then you have the parentheses, and then make sure to close that function with or end it with a semicolon. In between here, let's add a couple strings, and basically you could just type whatever you want. Save that. Now go back to your browser, localhost port 8888, but change at the end of O1 first page, change that to practice.php, and you should go to your practice page. There it is, hello world. Just to make sure that it works, maybe let's change this. Hello friends, refresh. There it is. So that is your first PHP practice page. Let's do a quick little review just so you're not lost at this point. Remember to fire up your virtual server. In our case, or my case, it is MAMP. Under Preferences and Apache, select your document root and make sure it is your course files. Also make sure that your ports are set to 8888 for the Apache port. In your code editor, open up your course files, Code Dynamic Websites. Under O1 first page, this is our very first lecture here. And you want to open index, you can view the code there. In your browser, localhost port 8888 should look like this. Click on first page, it'll open the index. Once you've coded your practice page, you can just navigate to practice.php, and there is your code. Bam, first lecture. All right, good job, guys. I'll see you in the next lecture where we're going to start to learn a little bit more about PHP syntax. All right, see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called PHP Syntax, and in this lecture we're going to learn about the basic syntax of PHP. There are a few things that you should know about PHP syntax. I will be using the w3schools.com PHP syntax webpage to show you. So PHP script is obviously executed on a server like MAMP, and a PHP script can be placed anywhere in the document. In our case, we'll be using HTML documents, and the PHP can be anywhere. It's good to note that PHP scripts always start with this opening bracket, question mark PHP, and always end with question mark and closing bracket. So it looks a little bit like this. Obviously, the default file extension for PHP files is .php. That's why you see in our code that we just worked on in the previous lecture, we have index.php and practice.php. Those are PHP files. Therefore, the extension is .php. Here's an example of how to use PHP. It's very similar to the one we used in our first page, practice PHP. So we're just having an echo statement here within a couple PHP tags. You can also do comments in PHP, just like every other programming language, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, blah, 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 blah. And they look a little bit like this. So there's a single line comment with 2 forward slashes. There is an alternative version of a single line comment, which uses a pound sign. And you can do multi-line comments with a forward slash, asterisk, and then you write all your stuff in the middle of it, and then you can do asterisks and forward slash. Let's talk a little bit about PHP case sensitivity. So user-defined functions like if, else, while, echo, print, those types of things, which we'll get there. I don't expect you to know anything about that right now. They are not case sensitive. So for example, in these 3 echo statements, you could see they're using a bunch of different ways of using the case sensitivity. So all uppercase, lowercase, and a mix of both. And they all echo the same thing. So this means it is not case sensitive. So the user-defined functions are not case sensitive. However, on the flip side, PHP variables are case sensitive. So for example, in these variables, this variable here, we're using color equals red. So if you were to echo that color, this one would actually print the color. This one would not, because there is no variable that is set with all caps. And this one would also not display anything because there is no variable that looks like this. So this is case sensitive. So that was the super fast, super quick rundown of PHP syntax. It's very simple, but kind of boring. And you're going to be learning it as we go, so that's why I didn't want to touch too much on it. So let's get our hands dirty and jump into the next lecture, which is PHP variables. See you there, my friends. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called PHP Variables. In this lecture, we're going to be covering the absolute basics of a PHP variable, what types of variables there are, and what they are meant for. If you'd like to follow along using the course files that you downloaded just a couple lectures ago, you can go ahead and open your Code Dynamic Websites folder. And we are currently in O2 variables. If you were to open index.php in your code editor, you would just see a bunch of code and HTML. But if you go to your browser and you navigate to localhost port 8888, then click on O2 variables, you'll be taken to the web page that this lecture is based on. There it is. Think of a variable as a bucket, literally a bucket. That bucket can hold stuff in it, like food or dirt. In PHP, variables are buckets, but instead of holding food or dirt, it can hold information like numbers, text, images, or logic. All you need to know at this point is that variables are buckets that store information for later use. We'll get to how we actually use the variables in an upcoming lecture. The basic syntax of a variable is a $sign directly followed by a variable name using text with no spaces, then an equal sign, followed by the contents of the variable, ending with a semicolon. There are 4 basic variable types, and each type of variable, or bucket, is meant to hold specific information. The first is called Boolean. A Boolean variable specifies a value of true or false, and looks like this. So in this variable, you can store a simple true or false. So that's all you need to know about a Boolean variable right now. The second is called an integer. An integer variable is any whole number, like 1 or 2,940. The third type of variable is a floating point, and it's usually a fractional number with a decimal, like 104.87 or 1.5. And the last is a string. A string is a simple text that must be enclosed within double quotations or single quotations. So you could store something like the word Subaru or drum set. And that's it for this lecture. Just the 4 basic variable types in PHP. I want to make sure to keep each lecture in small bite-sized chunks so it's easier to digest each new bit of information. So in the next lecture, we're going to be diving a little bit further into PHP variables. If you're using this web page in your course files, then you could just scroll to the bottom and hit Next Lecture. Or alternatively, you could just navigate to localhost port 8888 and click on O3 More Variables. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called More Variables. In this lecture, we're going to continue from where we left off in the previous lecture, which was PHP variables, and we're just going to cover a few more examples of some PHP variables. As usual, feel free to follow along using the course files that you downloaded. In your Code Dynamic Websites folder, we're in O3 More Variables. What I suggest doing is navigating to localhost port 8888. I think that was right, 8888. O3 More Variables, or you could just click on O3 More Variables right here. Or if you are on lecture 2, you could just click the button here at the bottom, Next Lecture. I'm giving you a lot of different ways to follow along. So if you just want to keep it simple, keep the localhost website for the PHP course open, and just keep following along by pressing Next or Previous Lecture. All right, so let's jump in. All right, so here's some more examples of some basic variables. So right here I have my name, or my underscore name equals Brad, and Brad is a string because it's just text and it's between 2 double quotation marks. I've ended it with a semicolon so that I can add another variable below here, which is my underscore age equals, and this one is an integer, so it's just a whole number, 25. And I have another variable here, which is a string, fave underscore color equals blue. So now if I want to display those variables on the page in some sort of meaningful way, I could use the PHP print function. So it looks a little bit like this. Use the opening and closing PHP declaration, and I have the print function, And inside of after print, I have a opening bracket and or opening parentheses and a closing parentheses. Within that, I have a string. And then I'm just writing some text. But watch this. So my name is, and then I'm displaying, or I'm typing the variable my name. And then I use an HTML break tag to break it onto a new line. I'm my age, years old, and like the color, fave color. So now PHP will render that and spit out the following. So my name is Brad. I'm 25 years old, and I like the color blue. So pretty cool, hey? All right, so that's it for variables right now. We will be using variables a lot throughout the entire course, so don't worry if you feel like this wasn't enough, because there's a lot more to come. So I'll see you in the next lecture where we talk about constants. All right, see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Defining Constants. In this video, we're going to be briefly covering PHP constants and how they differ from PHP variables. As per usual, you can follow along in the Code Dynamic Websites course files that you downloaded a while back. We're in 04 Defining Constants. Alternatively, you can, in your browser, navigate to localhost port 8888, or if you watched the last video, you probably saw the little snippet at the end that said, click Next Lecture. And that would have taken you from more variables to defining constants. All right, so let's jump in. So a constant is similar to a variable in the sense that you can store information in a keyword that can be used throughout your web page. So a constant is kind of like a bucket, like the variable. However, the value of a constant cannot be changed, unlike a variable. So in the variable bucket, you can swap out what you want that bucket to hold. So if one variable is holding one string of text and then later on down your page or later on in your code, you want to change that variable and reuse it, repurpose it, have some different content held within the variable, you can do that. But with constants, once you define what the constant is, you can't change it. It is what it is. So it's literally constant. It's also worth noting that constants are case sensitive and are written in all caps by convention. They don't have to be, but that's the convention, so you know that it is a constant. It's just easier to differentiate. So here's how you define a constant in PHP. So obviously within your PHP declaration, I've removed it from this line just for so it looks easier on the eyes. You type out define, open it with a opening parentheses, close it with a closing parentheses, and obviously a semicolon. In between that, the first argument right here, in between a string or two quotation marks, you would write what the constant is called. So for example, in this example, I wrote title is going to be what the constant is called. Then you put a comma, and then the second argument is within strings as well, what you want the constant to be. So the value of the constant, and in this case, defining constants. So to display a constant on your page, you can echo it using PHP like this. So here's your PHP declaration. I'm using the echo function, and then you write the constant just in all caps without the string, and then end it with a semicolon. So this will actually spit out the text defining constants. So this is a very mini lecture because in the next lecture, we're actually going to, as I like to call it, get your hands dirty and try out what you've learned so far. So at this point, you've learned about variables and constants. So I'm gonna get you to actually try to use these things that you've learned and put it into practice so that it actually makes more sense. So I'll see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Get Your Hands Dirty, and what I like to do in these specific types of lectures is to actually get you to dive in and put into practice what we've learned so far. So in our case, we've learned a little bit about variables and constants in PHP. So very simply, I want us to jump right in our code editors and start coding some PHP variables and constants and see how it works. So at this point, you should know the drill. In your Code Dynamic website's course files, you should be able to follow along, and we are currently in 05 Get Your Hands Dirty. You should also open up your browser and go to localhost port 8888 05 Get Your Hands Dirty. You can also use the navigation buttons at the bottom of every lecture to follow along. So here we are in Get Your Hands Dirty, variables and constants. This is the final example of what we are going to be building right now. And you can see here, I'm spitting out what looks to be just some plain static text, but it's not. It's actually dynamic text. And we're using PHP to program it. So, for example, today's date, May 6th, 2014. For you, obviously, because you are from the future, it will not be May 6th. This date is dynamic and is the date that is right now for me, the date that I am recording this video. My name, Brad. I'm using PHP to spit out a string of text. My favorite color, blue. And my age. This is also another really cool one because this is the age that I am at the time of the recording of this video. You are talking or listening to 26-year-old Brad from the past. So pretty cool. There's a button here that says check out your example. If you click on that, you'll be taken to a practice.php page that looks pretty, but is empty. And these empty spots are where you're going to use your PHP coding skills you've learned so far to do the lesson. And you will be able to find that. I'm just going to go back to the final example here in your code editor. So make sure to open up your code editor and open up the Code Dynamic websites folder in your code editor of choice. Mine is Coda 2. You should probably know that at this point if you are a regular student of mine. So I'll be using Coda 2. So we are in 05 Get Your Hands Dirty. The index file is right here, but we're going to be working in the practice.php file. Feel free to look at the index file to see what it is that I coded. And in the practice.php file is where you're going to be working. So let's just jump right in. So first of all, you need to, within your PHP script right here, I've given you a few directions with some comments. Define a constant. So, like we just learned in the previous lecture, how do we define a constant? Well, first we write define. The opening and closing parentheses. We're going to need a string in there for the first argument and another string for the second argument. So this is kind of the skeleton of the define when you're defining a constant. In here, we want to define our first constant. So we're going to define title. Remember, all caps. And let's call it, well, variables and constants. So variables and constants. So here we go. That is our first PHP constant. We've just defined it, and it should look just like this. Now, under here, you will add your variables. So the variables that I've used here in the index, the final index.php, I'm using my name, favorite color, and birth year. So we should probably use those as well. So let's add the my name variable. In our string, let's add your name. On a new line, let's add a new variable. And that was fave color. Because I'm Canadian, I'm spelling it the correct way. And my fave color happens to be blue at the time. Birth year. And just type out your birth year. As an integer, doesn't need to be in a string. There you go. So there are your variables and there are your constants. Next up, I have a little flag here saying use PHP to calculate the difference between your birth year and this year to show your age dynamically. So how do we do that? Well, we have to set some more variables. But first, let's just talk about this big mess of text I have right here in the index.php file. So when using the date method, PHP has to know the time zone where the server resides. In order to output the correct hour and date for that geographical location, the date_default_time_set method takes a string that locates the server. The list of supported time zones can be found at this website right here. And then you can set the method for your time zone. So date default time zone set Canada/mountain, because I am in the mountain time zone. Now you don't have to do this because we're just displaying the year. So for the most part, PHP is going to figure out that the current year is whatever the current year is. It may be off by, I don't know, a few minutes or maybe a few hours or something once the time changes and flips into a new year. But you don't have to put this. If this confuses you and stresses you out, forget about it. You don't need to worry about it right now. Or if you're curious, that's great. Go to this website and just set your time zone right here in the date default time zone set method. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it below here to set the default time zone for me. Now below here, we need to set some more variables. Now let's set a variable and call it today. So what is today? Well, you can find out what today's date is in PHP by using the date method right here. And to display the date in the way that I want to see it, I need to use, and it might look confusing, capital F, lowercase j, comma, y. So these right here will spit out the month, the day, and the year. Now, you can find these at this website right here, php.net. I will be referring to php.net a lot because it's a really good resource for PHP, obviously, because it is the official resource. And I am going to the date method to find out the parameters that you can use to spit out some text. So right here, you can see here's the options for the day. So lowercase d, capital D, J, and L. And this is the example returned. And then so on and so forth. There's a week, month, year, time. So feel free to go through that. And you can use any of these letters, these formats, and put them within your string between the date method. So in our example, we're using fj, comma, y. So that's going to be the month, the actual month, like say January, not 01, day, and year, so the full year. Okay, so date. Here's the date method. I'm going to put in my strings. You can put single quotation marks or you can put double quotation marks. I'm just going to use single quotation marks. So we need the first one, which is F, then J, comma, year. So we just set the variable today. Now we need to set another variable, and that was this year. So what is this year? Well, we can use the date method again, and we just want to store the year in this variable using the date method. And so we should know how to do that just by putting capital Y in the date method. So now the today variable has today's full date, and this year has today's year, or this year's year. Next up, we need to use PHP to calculate the difference between your birth year and this year. So I'm just going to move this flag here, the comment flag, below here, because that's actually the order that we need to work in. And we're going to calculate my age by doing a little bit of math. So PHP can do math. It's really cool. So my age, and in parentheses, so you can set a variable, and the value of the variable can be a mathematical equation, and store it in that variable. So in parentheses, we want to say this year, so right here, this variable this year, minus birth year. So let's type that out. So the variable, my age, equals, we're going to do a little bit of math here. So the variable this year minus today. Sorry, birth year. So that we'll take this year, so in my case 2014, minus it by the birth year, 1988, and this variable will have my age, my dynamic age, because this is a dynamic variable using PHP, and that will actually have my actual age using math that is always up to date based on the year. So save that. Make sure you're saving this. If you were to check this out in your browser now, and remember to check your final example, nothing would show up. There's nothing here because all you've done at this point is set your constants and your variables. So there's actually nothing here to display. So we did a good job so far of, defining our constants and adding our variables, but we haven't actually done anything to display them. So that's why down here in the actual HTML, you can see I have some HTML comments reserved just for you to put your PHP constants and variables to see what happens. So this is how PHP kind of works. You can have a separate PHP section in your HTML, but you can also pepper your PHP, I like that, pepper your PHP throughout your HTML. So in this case, I have page title. So let's use PHP to display the page title. So page title is going to be a constant. So we have the constant up here. So we know how to do that by going PHP. I'm going to close PHP so I don't forget. And in here, we're going to say echo and title. Remember, you don't need to put that in strings. This is a constant, so you just need to write it out like this. So get your hands dirty, PHP echo title. So now in your browser, you will see get your hands dirty, variables and constants. So that is using a constant. Pretty cool. Moving on. So in the H1, we're going to do the same thing. So PHP echo title. We're going to echo that constant. Let's check it out. Get your hands dirty, variables and constants. Look at that. So that is dynamic using a PHP constant. Moving on. So in the sandbox, we have today's date. We want to display today's date. So do we have a variable for that? Yes, we do. That is today. So echo that using PHP. And we're going to echo today. Save that. Check it out. May 6th, 2014. So there you go. That is today's date for me. Yours will obviously be different. Let's move on to my name. So we have another variable for that. Let's type out some PHP. Echo my name. Save that. Check it out. There's your name. Now, my favorite color. Replace the HTML flag or comment with your favorite color, but using PHP. That would be fave color. There it is. Let's check it out. Cool. Last but not least, my age. Here we go. PHP echo my age. So here's where the math comes in. This variable should have this math. Check it out. 26. Boom. There it is. So yours should be different, obviously, because we're different people and we have different ages and we're currently living in a different time. And there's one last little thing. Down here, you can see just a copyright sign and a dash. It's kind of empty down here. Well, that's where I want you to try out adding something that you quite often add in PHP websites. Is a copyright section with the date and the name. So say, for example, we want to display this year. We have a variable for that. PHP echo this year. And PHP echo your name. Your or my name. Save that. Check it out in your browser. There it is. Copyright 2014, Brad. So, pretty cool. Let's do a quick little review. In your PHP page, practice.php under Get Your Hands Dirty, we set up our PHP script here, and we defined a constant, added some variables, strings, and integers. We set the default time zone, optional, but if you want to do it, great. We use the date method to add the today's date and today's year or this year. And we use PHP to calculate the difference between your birth year, and this year to show your dynamic age. Then we spit those things out using PHP echo, and looks like this. So here's your example. Here's the final example. Check out your example. There it is. Perfect. Good job, guys. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This video is called PHP Arrays, and in this lecture we're going to be starting to cover PHP arrays and how you can use them to supercharge your PHP coding. Alright, so in your Code Dynamic Websites course files, you should be able to follow along in 06 arrays. And in here we have 3 different PHP files, which is different from the previous 5 folders. We have index.php, which is the home or index page of the arrays lecture. We have practice.php and final.php. I want to show you what the web page looks like in our lecture. So localhost port 8888, 06 arrays. You can check out the final example, which will take you to final.php. And you can check out your example, which takes you to practice.php. So we're going to be coming back to those momentarily, but first let's go back to the lecture. All right, so let's talk about PHP arrays. Sometimes you're going to want to store more than a single value within your variables. With an array, that's exactly what you can do. So arrays allow you to store multiple values within a variable. So for example, I think mustaches are neat. There are many kinds of mustaches, and using individual variables, I can store each individual mustache in their own variable, like so. Mustache 1 could be handlebar. Mustache 2 could be Salvador Dali. And mustache 3 could be Fu Manchu. But I'd like to keep things neat and tidy and have all of my mustaches in a single variable instead of 3 separate variables. So for that, I can use an array, like so. So we start off with mustaches, a variable, and then in the variable, we are going to store an array. So you do that by typing out the array method. Array, open with your parentheses, make sure I have closing parentheses and the semicolon, so the usual way to write out your PHP methods. And there are 3 different types of mustaches here. So I have within the string, handlebar, separated by a comma, Salvador Dali, separated by a comma, and Fu Manchu. So I have all 3 of these mustaches stored in a single variable. So it's a really efficient way of storing information. So each value is automatically assigned what's called a key in the array, so we can grab a specific value when we need it. And we'll touch on keys later, but by default, each value has a numeric key assigned to it. So, to explain that a little further, handlebar has the key of 1. Salvador Dali has the key of 2. And Fu Manchu has the key of 3. So the key is 1, the value is handlebar. The key is 2, the value is Salvador Dali. The key is 3, and the value is Fu Manchu. So here's the catch though. It's a little bit confusing, but the numbers actually start at 0, not 1. So handlebar is actually 0 rather than 1. So handlebar, the key is 0, value is handlebar. 1 and then 2, so on and so forth. So if we want to grab a value out of an array and display it on our web page, we just have to reference the array and the key associated with the value we want to display. So I know that was a mouthful, but this is what it looks like. So in your PHP script, we're going to use the simple echo PHP function. Echo the mustaches variable, but we can't just echo all 3 of them at once. We have to tell PHP, hey, I want to pull this specific value out of the array that we stored in the mustaches variable. So in your square parentheses, just reference the key of the value you want to display. So echo mustaches 0. This is going to display handlebar. Echo mustaches 1. This will display Salvador Dali. And mustaches 2. This is going to display Fu Manchu. So arrays are incredibly powerful, and there is a lot more to them. So what we're going to do in this lecture is we're actually going to jump in and start putting this into practice right away. So let's check out the final example. So we have the final example, mustache types. We have handlebar, Salvador Dali, and Fu Manchu. This is just a simple list, but it is not just static text. We're using PHP to display our array. So let's jump into our code editor. And we are in arrays. And if you click on index.php, that's going to show you the homepage or the index of the lecture. We're not going to be using that one, but feel free to check it out and see what my code is. Final is the final the final view of the example of what we're going to make. And practice.php is where we're going to put that into practice. So we're going to reference both of these right now. Okay, so at the top of your practice.php page, we'll have your PHP script, a couple PHP comments to let you know where I want you to organize your PHP code. So let's start with some constants. We have define. We're going to define a constant, and the title will be arrays. So let's type that out. There's the basic define skeleton. Title, arrays. All right, next up we have some custom variables. So I have the variables my name and lesson number. This is something I'm going to just do in probably all of the following lectures, just as some general housekeeping so that we can fill out what's going to be at the bottom of their webpage of the lecture. You can see the copyright 2014, Brad Hussey. Also up here we have the title, and the title also displays here. So that's why we're going to be using the constants and the custom variables. So feel free to add your own custom variables here. So my name, add your name, and lesson number, this specific one is 6. Now, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but the numbers of the lessons or the tutorials within the folders don't necessarily correlate with the actual lecture number in the entire course. So, for example, we're in 06 arrays, but the actual lecture we are in, if you're viewing this from Udemy or YouTube or Code College, we are on lecture 12. So they're actually separate. I'm referencing the numbers here in relation to the course file. So this is number 6 of the course files, not necessarily lecture number 6 in the perspective of the entire course. So hopefully that's not too confusing. So lesson number 6. And now here's where we're going to add our mustache array. So let's do what we did in the lecture that we just learned. So let's add a variable. Let's call it mustaches. And in here, we want to add our array. So let's type out the array. And the first value here is going to be handlebar. Let's add a second one. I believe it was Salvador Dali. And the third one was Fu Manchu. Now, you can choose any type of mustache that you would like. I've just added these 3. So here's our mustache variable, our mustache array. And now let's just do a little bit of cleanup here. So title, let's replace this HTML comment with the constant that we set at the top of our PHP script. So PHP echo title, that's going to echo the title constant. Down here, tutorial number, the lesson number, we use PHP to echo that. And your page title, so that's the constant that we use. So PHP echo title, there's the constant. Now, down here in our sandbox, I want you to spit out in the HTML list, the skeleton here, I want you to spit out your 3 different mustaches. So we're going to do that by going PHP echo. Now we want to echo our mustaches variable, but we need to get a specific value out of the array. So we do that by using square brackets and then using the key associated with the value. So 0 is going to be the first one. Let's copy that PHP script so we don't have to type it out every time. A little Expert coder's tip right there. Paste that out a couple more times. And now just change the key. Perfect. Now, one last thing down here. We have the copyright year. And now you can actually use, we didn't set a variable up here, but you could just straight up use PHP to spit out the year using the date function. So PHP date, parentheses, and in date, we want to specify Y for the year, the full year. In my case, 2014. If you're from the future, hello. And my name. So we have the variable my name up there, PHP. Let's echo. Save that. Now remember, this is the most important part of the lecture. These were just kind of little snippets, some examples that you would use PHP in the real coding world. And here is you're trying to use PHP to echo your array. So let's check it out. Go to your practice.php page. And if you did it right, you should see your 3 mustache types right there. Handlebar, Salvador Dali, and the Fu Manchu. And it looks like down here, something's not right for me. Copyright. I wonder what that is. Let's go back to our code. Here's the mistake. I forgot to use echo. Now save that. Check it out. Boom, fixed. All right, so hopefully that wasn't too hard. If it was a little difficult or too fast, feel free to go right back to the beginning or hit the pause button. And before we move on, I have a quick favor to ask you. I've dedicated thousands of hours to creating great content for my students, and the reason I can reach so many people at this point is because of people like you. This course alone has taken me months to create, and I'm not asking you to pay anything for it. All I ask of you is one little thing. If you're checking out my course from YouTube, I would love if you could share this course with your friends, family, and work colleagues. And if you're checking this course out from Udemy, I would especially appreciate if you could give me a quick rating and review. Using the star rating and the review box, you can leave me an honest review, and you can always change it later should you have a different opinion by the end of the course. You're awesome. See you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Associative Arrays, and in this lecture we're going to be continuing from where we left off in our previous lecture about PHP arrays, and we're going to dig in a little bit further and continue with what's called associative arrays. So let's jump right in. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files, we are in 07 Associative Arrays. Open up your code editor and open the final and practice PHP files of 07 Associative Arrays. So here's the final file and the practice file. What we're working on are associative arrays right here. So I want to show you the final example of what we're going to be building with associative arrays. We have a string of text here that's talking about a specific mustache. And there's a couple things in here you can see in bold that we're going to be using PHP associative arrays to display that text. So let's go back to the lecture and let's dive into associative arrays. So remember how PHP automatically assigns a number to each item in an array? So 0, 1, and 2. Well, using associative arrays, you can give a custom name to the key rather than using a number. So it looks like this. Here's your variable and an array, but instead of all in one line, we split it out. Here we have name. So this is replacing the default key of 0. So we have name, and then we assign the value to the key by using this, the equal sign and the greater than sign. And on the right, we have the value. In this case, we're using a string, and that assigns the key of name, the value of handlebar within our array. So we comma separate the items. The next one, we have creep factor. So this is replacing the key of 1, and then we assign the value high, comma separate the next item. Average growth days is the third key, which would by default be 2. And then we assign the value of 14. And then we close the array with the parentheses and the semicolon. So now let's say I wanted to display specific information from the array. So if I wanted to pull out a specific item from that array, I would do so by simply referring to a custom key in the array, like this. So here's your PHP script. We're using the echo handlebar, the variable, and then in the square brackets, instead of referencing the number, we're referencing the specific key in the array. So creep factor. So that will echo the creep factor of our handlebar array. So it would echo high. So let's go back to our final example here. And you can see the handlebar mustache. This mustache is quite the dirt squirrel. It boasts a creep factor of high and takes 14 days to grow on average. So let's check out your example. It's just going to be the same thing, but without the values, the dynamic values in the array. So let's go to our code editor, open up practice.php, and let's use some PHP associative arrays to do what we just did, or what I displayed in the final example. So some basic cleanup, as usual. Let's add our constants, variables, and all that sort of stuff. So we're going to define the title again. And in this one, the title is associative arrays. Custom variables, I'm just copying and pasting for speed's sake. You can do the same, but if you want to hand code them out, that might be better for you as a learning experience, because then you'll get used to typing out variables and constants, so on and so forth. So we have my name. You can add your name. Lesson number, this one is 7 within the context of our course files. Now, here's the good stuff, the mustache associative array. So let's go ahead and add that. Handlebar is going to be our variable, and let's add the associative array. So array, but let's split these up. So in between here, just hit return or enter. I'm just going to tab this in so it looks a little bit more clean. And in between here, let's add our array items. So the first item will be obviously a key, and that key is name. So the name of this variable or array will be handlebar. Second line, let's add another item in our associative array, and that will be creep factor. And remember, these are all custom. These could be named whatever you want them to be. Creep factor will be high. On the third line, the next item will be average growth days. And that, I'm just going to say 14. And you don't need to put a comma at the end of this one, unless there's another item following. So you can leave it like this, but I like tabbing these out a little bit so they all look, it's all pretty clean. You can see the key here separated in the center, and then the value on the right side. You don't have to do that, but it's just it's easier to read. So there is our mustache associative array. Let's go ahead and save that. And now let's just do the basic housekeeping stuff. So we're going to add the PHP page title. We're going to echo our constant. I'm going to copy that because we do it a second time. Right here. The lesson number, PHP echo lesson number. There we go. Down here we have the year. Because we haven't defined at the top in our PHP script a variable with the year, we're just going to use the date method in PHP. Echo date. And in date, we want to call the actual year. And then your name. Here we go. PHP echo. And my underscore name. Save that. You'll have all those things. Those things should show up now in your practice page. So we have the page title right here, and then the copyright information and stuff, but we don't have this stuff yet. So let's go ahead and show that good stuff. So the mustache name. So we need to get the mustache name out of our handlebar associative array. So how do we do that? PHP. We're going to echo handlebar. So the handlebar variable, but we can't just do it like this because it's an array and it's not going to show something. So let's see what this does. Save it and check it out. The array mustache. It's just an array, so it's just showing what the thing is. It's not actually giving us any useful information. So to pull that information out of the array, we need our square brackets here, and then reference the key. So name. Save that and check it out. The handlebar mustache, perfect. So let's go in here, and there should be another HTML flag here that we can fill in. So the creep factor, we want to echo our creep factor. So again, handlebar, but we need to use our key creep factor. That will give us our creep factor. Let's check it out. It boasts a creep factor of high. There it is. And takes, we need to add the growth days now. So PHP echo the handlebar average growth days. Semicolon. Save that. Let's check it out. Looks like it's there, but we just need a space in between there. So let's just give us the space after this PHP script. Save it. Check it out. There we go. Creep factor of high and takes 14 days to grow on average. So there we go. Let's do a quick little review. We added our constants and our variables. Pretty straightforward. We should know that stuff pretty good by now. Here's the new thing we're learning. Associative arrays. So we have our variable. We're going to add an array, but it's an associative array because we are adding multiple items with custom keys rather than the default numbers. So we have the name, creep factor, and average growth days. We added those here. This is how you spit out some valuable information from the associative array. Echo the variable. In square brackets, we reference the key. And that should be it for our super basic lesson on associative arrays. Stay tuned because we are not done yet with arrays. Up next, we are going to be diving even further into this stuff in what will be called multi-dimensional arrays. Now we're getting really into the good stuff. So I'll see you there, my friends. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Multi-Dimensional Arrays, and in this video we're going to continue from where we left off in our previous lectures where we were learning about PHP arrays and PHP associative arrays, respectively. This lecture is a little bit more advanced, so hold on tight, and here we go. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files, we are in 08 Multi-Dimensional Arrays. If you go to your browser in Lesson 8 Multi-Dimensional Arrays, I'm going to show you what we are going to be building. So the final example, we have 3 descriptive text sections here with 3 different mustaches and separate explanations of each of the mustaches. And we're going to be using PHP multidimensional arrays to build this. So let's go back to the lecture and jump right in. So this is where we start getting a little bit crazy. We can harness the true potential of arrays by using multi-dimensional arrays, which is simply an array that is comprised of multiple arrays. So arrays within arrays. So this is what it looks like. We have our mustaches variable, and we start off with the array function. But inside the array, instead of just having your typical key and value combination, we have another array. And inside that array, we have our key and value combination. And then we comma separate the arrays, do the same. We have 3 of them, and then we end our original array. So we have a whole whack of information inside a single variable, which is pretty awesome. So you're probably wondering how the heck we display this info on our screen. Well, we first have to reference the parent array, mustaches, then the numerical value of the child array. So handlebar is 0, Salvador Dali is 1, and Fu Manchu is 2. So this array is 0, 1, and 2. And finally, the custom key of the information we want to display. So name, creep factor, etc. So it looks like this. It's a little bit easier when you see it. So PHP echo mustaches variable. Then we're referencing the numerical value of the child array. So let's say 2. And so that will be 0, 1, 2. So it'll be the Fu Manchu. And then the name. So the above code, the PHP script right here, will display Fu Manchu because we're echoing the mustaches variable. We're calling the second numerical value, so 0, 1, and 2. So we're calling this array, and then the name within that array. So that is how you display Fu Manchu within this. So let's go into our code editor and actually build our final example. So in your code editor, open up final and practice.php in your O8 multi-dimensional arrays. And let's start off by doing the little housekeeping we have in each of our PHP files. We have our constants, so we're going to call this one title multi-dimensional arrays. Our custom variables, we have my name, so put your name and the lesson number, and in this case, in the context of our course files, is lesson number 8. Now, to work on our mustache multi-dimensional array. So let's start off nice and simple. Mustaches. Let's add our array function. Great, nice and simple. So now let's do a little bit more here. Enter a couple times. Let's clean this array up a little bit, and inside this array, we're going to add some space and add another array. Add a comma after that array. Paste it twice. So basically this is the skeleton of a multi-dimensional array. But of course we have to add the information within our children elements here, or our children arrays. So the first one, we're going to start off by adding a combination of key and value pairs. So in here, we're going to start with name, and that will be the handlebar. After that, we are going to add the creep factor, and that was high. And the last one will be the average growth days, and we'll say 14. So within our next two arrays, basically let's just copy this, what we've just wrote, and let's add it in here twice, because then we could just change the values of each of them because they're fairly similar. So the second one is the Salvador Dali, and the creep factor is extreme. Average growth days, let's say 62. And the last one is our Fu Manchu. The creep factor will be very high, and the average growth days, 58. So save that. There is our multi-dimensional array. And now let's just go through and add, replace the page titles, lesson numbers, and so on and so forth. I like doing this because it's a good way for you to get into practice of using PHP to make your website a little bit more dynamic. And because constants and variables are still fairly new concepts to you, it would be good to just use them a lot so that they just become totally normal to you. So let's echo our page title here. I'm going to copy that because we're going to use it one more time down here in the page title section in between the small tags. Then the lesson number, we have that. PHP echo lesson num. Then down at the bottom, we have our copyright info, so we have the year. So let's use the PHP date function. And let's call the year, the full year. And now your name. We're going to use PHP to echo your name. That would be the variable my name. Great. So now let's go into our sandbox here. Now that we've got that other stuff out of the way. Here you can see I have a couple HTML flags, or 3 HTML flags, where I want you to replace with some PHP using the multi-dimensional array. Then I have an HTML comment that says repeat above 2 times. So basically it's the exact same thing. Paste it out 2 more times for a total of 3 times, and each of them has a separate mustache with their information. So the first one will be our handlebar. So PHP, we're going to echo our mustaches variable, but because it's a multidimensional array, we need to call the numeric value of the array, the child array, and then the key for the value we want inside the child array. So I know that's a mouthful, but basically this is how we're going to do it, if you remember. 2 square brackets. The first one will be the value, the numeric value of the child element. So the first one, handlebar, is 0. Because remember, it starts with 0, not 1. And then we want to access the name of that array. So that should get us handlebar. Let's check it out. The handlebar mustache. Great, we did it. Let's go back. This mustache is quite the dirt squirrel. It boasts a creep factor of HTML comment. Let's replace that with the creep factor. PHP. We're going to echo our mustaches variable. And in our square brackets, we are going to say 0 and creep factor. So that is going to grab the first child array because of 0 and then creep factor within it. And then now growth days. Replace that. PHP, echo, you should know the drill, mustaches, square brackets, and then we're going to reference 0 for the first child array and average growth days. Cool. Save that. Let's see if it worked.
The handlebar mustache is quite the dirt squirrel. It boasts a creep factor of high and takes 14 days to grow on average.
Perfect. If yours looks like that, you nailed it. So now all we got to do is copy and paste this thing 2 more times. And in it, we just literally have to change the numeric value of the array. So let's say the first one, this is going to be the second one. So this will be Salvador Dali. Change it here as well. There we go. And right here. That should change the second one to the Salvador Dali mustache with its respective information within the array. And now the third one, remember, is number 2. And then we replace the zeros with the 2. Save that, check it out. The Salvador Dali mustache is quite the dirt squirrel, boasts a creep factor of extreme and takes 62 days to grow on average. Fu Manchu, creep factor of very high and takes 58 days to grow on average. Awesome. If yours looks like this, you nailed it. Now I just noticed one small little thing. My copyright is wrong. At the bottom, you need to echo the date. My bad. Check it out. Perfect. All right. So if you made it this far and your mustaches look fantastic, then good job. And hold on tight because we have one more lecture using all of the arrays that we've learned so far. So I'll see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Get Your Hands Dirty. And in this video, we're going to put together a little something with everything we've learned so far about PHP arrays. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files, we are in 09 Get Your Hands Dirty. Let's have a look at the browser to see what we're building. We have 3 chunks of text here in the sandbox, and each of them has something about a person from some country and some info about their mustache. Each of the bold pieces of text we're using PHP arrays to generate. So let's jump right in. Go to your code editor. In 09 Get Your Hands Dirty, open Index and Practice. Practice is where you're going to be building your version of this little site, and Index is the final version of it and also reference if you want to use that. So let's start by doing a little cleanup. We need to define our constant, and that would be title. And this one will be arrays. It's called arrays because here in the title tag, we already have Get Your Hands Dirty. We need to replace title with the, we need to replace title with the title constant, if that makes sense. So let's echo the title. Perfect. I'm going to copy that and paste it one more time down here in between the small tags. Good to go. Variables, we only have one simple one, and that will be my name. I'm going to add my name there, and we're going to use that down here in your name. But first, let's replace year with PHP year. Remember to echo date, year, and replace the your name HTML comment literally with the my name variable. Great, we should be good to go. So let's jump right in and start building our arrays. First, we're going to start with our basic array. Age group. Remember, this is the basic skeleton of an array. And we have some items in here. This one is child, comma, separate each of them, teenager, and the last one will be adult. Great. So there is our basic PHP array. The next set of arrays will be the associative arrays. So let's start by doing our trusty handlebar mustache. Clean this up a little bit. And in here, we're going to use the key name. And the name is handlebar. And then color. Color of this one will be black. I'm going to copy this and paste it because I don't want to have to write it again. Unless you really want to. It'd be good for muscle memory. Get your fingers used to writing arrays. It's good to do that. Fu Manchu is the next one. And the name will be Fu Manchu. And the color, we'll make it brown. And let's add another. And this one will be the Salvador Dali. And the name, obviously, is Salvador Dali. And the color will be blonde. Perfect. Next set of arrays, or the next array, will be multi-dimensional arrays. So let's add our gentleman variable array. Nice and simple. Here's where we start getting a little messy. In here, we need to add 3 different arrays. Comma separate the arrays. The last one does not need a comma. Okay, first name. This is where we're going to be adding our gentleman. So the first name will be Carter. And his country will be my home country of Canada. Array, the second one, we're going to add another gentleman, and that will be Rodrigo from a country I have not been to yet, but I would love to go, Uruguay. Shout out to all you people from Uruguay, or as us Canadians say, Uruguay. All right, first name. This guy is Giovanni from, you guessed it, Italy. All right, cool. So there is our multi-dimensional array. This is our associative array and the basic PHP array. Now let's put those into use. Down here in the sandbox is where we're going to be adding each of the gentlemen in the H3 tags and the description about them. So we're starting off with the first one. And that will look like Carter from Canada. Carter is quite the adult. He sports a solid handlebar mustache that is black in color. So let's add that one. All right, in the H3 tag, we need to echo our Carter. We need to echo Carter's name from our multidimensional array. So this is how we do that. Let's reference our gentleman variable. We need to reference the number, the index of the array within the multidimensional array. So the first one has an index of 0. So that will be 0. Now that we're referencing Carter's array, we need to get his first name. There's Carter. All right. So that should say Carter. Let's check it out. Carter. Perfect. We're not done yet, though. Carter from, we need to get his country. So echo gentleman happens to be 0 still, and country. Nice and simple. So Carter from Canada. Now we're in the paragraph tag. Let's echo his name. We've already done it up here, so I don't want to rewrite this out again. Carter is quite the PHP echo. Here are the age groups. So we're going to choose one of these age groups. He's an adult. So we need to echo age group. And we're referencing the last one, which is the third in, which has the index of 2. 0, 1, 2. All right. So that will be 2. Carter is quite the adult. exclamation point. He sports a solid, and he has a handlebar, so PHP echo. And let's reference handlebar. That would be name. Perfect. Handlebar, name. That should be good. Check it out, see what it looks like so far. Carter is quite the adult. He sports a solid handlebar. So let's write mustache after that. That is, what color is it? PHP echo, handlebar, and the color we want, there we go, in color. So try and wrap your head around this. It looks a little messy, but that's okay. It's good for practice. Let's save it and check it out. Carter is quite the adult. He sports a solid handlebar mustache that is black in color. Perfect. So what's great about these next two is just we have to copy and paste and just replace the PHP arrays and the indexes and the references. So quite simple. Copy, paste. So the next one, we're going to go gentleman 1, first name, from gentleman 1, country. And then gentleman 1, first name is quite the teenager. Where is the teenager? That is 01. So that will be the index of 1 for age group. And he sports Fu Manchu. So this, we'll have to change this to Fu Manchu. Name, that's good. That is what color? This would be Fu Manchu again, color. So let's check that out. Rodrigo from Uruguay is quite the teenager. He sports a solid Fu Manchu mustache that is brown in color. So great. It's perfect. But the only thing different is I actually have different text here. As a rather dapper teenager he proudly wears that is colored in a gentle. So let's fix that. So Rodrigo is what is it? Is a rather dapper teenager. He proudly wears a Fu Manchu mustache that is colored a gentle, and let's remove in color at the end. So let's have a little look at that. Rodrigo is a rather dapper teenager. He proudly wears a Fu Manchu mustache that is colored a gentle brown. That's beautiful. All right, next one. We have Giovanni from Italy. Let's copy and paste again and replace what we need to replace. Gentleman 2. Gentleman 2. So first name and country. Gentleman 2 first name is a rather dapper. Giovanni is a child. So that would be 0. A rather dapper age group 0. There we go. Proudly wears a. This guy has a Salvador Dali. And we're going to change what the text says. So let's see. Giovanni might seem too young for a stash because he is a child, but he proudly displays his Salvador Dali mustache at school, although it's a little hard to see because it's light brown. Let's check it out. See what that turned into. Giovanni might seem too young for a stash because he is a child, but he proudly displays his Salvador Dali mustache at school, although it's a little hard to see because it's light blonde. Perfect. All right, so here's a little review. At the top here, we did our constants and variables, but the meat of this lecture was the arrays, our basic array, our associative arrays, and our multidimensional array, and we put them into practical use down here in our sandbox, where we talked about 3 diverse gentlemen with very different mustaches in very different age groups. So if that was a little fast, no problem. It's a good thing you're watching a video. Just rewind, if that's what it's called nowadays, back to the part where we started coding our PHP. Follow along, copy and paste, do it over and over again until you have a good idea of how this works, because trust me, it's going to be really useful throughout the rest of the lecture and throughout the rest of your coding career. So hopefully that was helpful, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called If Statements, and in this video we're going to be diving into a totally new concept with PHP, and I think it's going to be very exciting. So here we go. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 10 if statements. Go ahead and open up your code editor and open final.php and practice.php in the 10 if statements folder. Final.php is the final example we're going to be building, and practice.php is where you can utilize the sandbox to build the final example, which looks like this. Yep, 20 is certainly less than 50. It's just a string of text, and it doesn't look too impressive, but it's what happens behind the scenes that's really cool. So we'll get there. Let's jump into the lecture. The point of coding in PHP is to make your website dynamic or smart so that it can make logical decisions. What I mean by this is your website can make decisions on what to do next based on user input, user conditions, or parameters you've set yourself. Here are some examples. When a user logs into their account, they must type both their username and password. What if their password is wrong? What if they didn't type a valid email address? What if they forgot to type their email address altogether? PHP can handle what to do in these situations using if, else, and else-if statements. What about if a customer tries to buy a product online, but what if that product is sold out? PHP can let the user know the product is sold out because you can program it to calculate how many items of that product are remaining. Pretty cool. What if a user uploads an image that is too large? Well, PHP can compare the uploaded image with your parameters and tell the user to upload a smaller image size if it exceeds the limit that you've set, and much more. So let's start with the simple if statement. It works something like this. If this, then that. Okay, I know that was a little vague, but let's expand on it just a bit. So if expression is true, then do something. If expression is false, then don't do anything. What's an expression? You're probably wondering what an expression is. Well, here's how php.net explains what an expression is. Expressions are the most important building stones of PHP. In PHP, almost anything you write is an expression. The simplest yet most accurate way to define an expression is anything that has a value. The most basic forms of expressions are constants and variables. When you type variable a equals 5, you're assigning 5 into variable a. 5 obviously has the value 5, or in other words, 5 is an expression with the value of 5. In this case, 5 is an integer constant. So hopefully that made sense, but basically all you need to know is an expression is anything that has a value. So let's jump back into if statements. So let's see what they actually look like in PHP now that we know the syntax. So if expression, and then in your curly brackets, the code to execute if the expression evaluates to true. So if we expand on that further, it looks a little more like this. So we'll set some variables. We have a equals 20 and b equals 50. Now, if a is less than b, which is obviously true because 20 is less than 50, so this will evaluate to true, and it will echo this statement. Yep, a is currently less than b, but because we're using PHP, it won't say a, it will actually say the value of that variable. So 20 is certainly less than 50. So as you can see, we are using the less than symbol to check if the variable a is smaller than the variable b. If the expression is true, then PHP will echo the text, yep, 20 is certainly less than 50. And if it's false, it just dies. Nothing happens. Now, we'll jump into a little later in the next lecture what happens if something is false, but for now, let's leave it like this. If statements can be incredibly powerful, but these are just some very basic examples to get you started. So why don't we jump in and actually try out your first if statement. All right, so in your practice.php file in your code editor under 10 if statements, let's do our housekeeping, the things that we regularly do at the beginning of our lectures. And let's define our constant for the title. And the title on this one is if statements, and then our custom variables. So that would be my name, and you will put your name, and the lesson number in the context of our folder. So 10 in the case of this one. All right, and we're going to have to set a couple simple variables here. We're going to do A, which equals 20, and B, which equals 50. And now let's just add our title here using our PHP echo function and echo the constant. And then we're also going to echo that same title, so just copy that PHP script and paste it between the small tags. And then the lesson number that we defined in our variable, PHP echo lesson num. And then down at the bottom we have the year. We're going to use our PHP echo date year. And then our name variable will echo right here. PHP echo my name. So let's jump into our sandbox here and do our first PHP if statement. So start your PHP script, and in between there, write if. So here's the skeleton of an if statement, if, and then your parentheses, curly brackets, and in here we're going to add our expression, and that will be if A is less than B. And then if it evaluates to true, let's do something in between our if statement in the curly brackets. Echo, yep, A, the variable A, is certainly less than B. And then we'll end that with a semicolon. Save that. Now let's check out your example in practice.php. Yep, 20 is certainly less than 50. Now you might be wondering, well, that's there just because I wrote echo, like I don't see the if statement working. Well, if you want to see that the if statement is actually working, why don't you change the values of the variable to see what happens? So let's make A 200. So A is no longer less than B. Let's see what happens. Nothing. Nothing's there. The if statement just dies because A is not less than B in this case. So let's put that back to 20. Check it out again. There it is. 20 is certainly less than 50. So that's it for our if statement lecture. We're going to keep going in the next one and dive into else statements, which you tag on to the end of your if statement. If this is true, then do something else, meaning if it's false, then do something else. So we're going to jump into that in the next lecture. I'll see you there.
Hola a todos. Bienvenido a Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. My name is Brad.
Ha! This lecture is called else. What? So in this lecture, we're going to be continuing from where we left off in our previous lecture, which was PHP if statements. So open up your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder. We are in 11 else. In your code editor, open the practice and final.php files under your else folder. The practice is where you're going to be building the final example, and final.php is the final example itself that you can use for reference. Here is what the final example looks like. Boom. So, you like oranges. Very impressive PHP script we've got going on here. I know it looks a little small and silly, but we're actually using PHP if and else to get this result. So let's jump into our lecture to find out what's happening here. So we figured out how to execute some code if an expression evaluates to true. But what about when the expression evaluates to false? Often, you'll want to execute some code if a certain condition has not been met. So this is where else comes into play. Look at else as an extension of the if statement. The syntax looks like this. If expression is true, code to execute if true. Else, code to execute if false. Now let's take a look at a real world example. So in our PHP script, we've got our variable favefruit equals orange. If favefruit is equal to pineapple, echo, yay, pineapple is the best, because it is. Else, this is where we're using the else, echo, so, you like oranges. So basically, we're checking to see, hey, is your favorite fruit pineapple? If it is, then you're awesome, you're on the pineapple team. Otherwise, you probably like oranges, which is disappointing. Unless they're Florida oranges, those are very good. Now wait a minute, you probably noticed something a little funny here. In our if statement, we have this double equals sign. That was not a typo. That was very intentional. So let's explain why. Not all equals are created equal. It's good to remember that the double equals sign is different than the single equals sign. The former means is equal to, while the latter assigns a value to a variable. So for example, if I were to write in PHP, if favefruit and then the single equals sign, pineapple, this will always evaluate to true, because the single equals symbol assigns the value into the variable rather than comparing it. So the double actually compares the variable to the value on the other side of the symbol, whereas the single equals sign actually assigns the value to the variable. So here's it in practice. The single equals symbol, we're assigning orange to favefruit, whereas here we're comparing favefruit, or the value of favefruit, which is orange, to pineapple. So if favefruit is equal to pineapple, rather than favefruit equals pineapple, because then we're just going to be replacing the value of the variable with pineapple rather than orange. So we'll always evaluate to true. So keep in mind, single equals is not equal to double equals. Hopefully that made sense. All right, so let's jump into our code editor and start doing some code. So in your practice.php file, let's add our constants and our variables, everything we've been doing so far. This one, the title is else, and we're going to add our custom variables. That will be your name and the lesson number, which is 11 in the context of our Code Dynamic Websites course files. Now, the one important variable that we're going to be doing here is the favefruit variable. So favefruit orange. Cool. So let's add our constants and all that sort of good stuff here like we've been doing. This should be like a cakewalk for you now. We're adding our title. I'm going to copy that. Do the same old, paste it in here. We have our lesson number. Let's add that variable, echo lesson number. You can see here in Coda 2, it recognizes that I've already defined that variable, so it gives me a little quick shortcut to be able to just hit enter and add that variable because it's already been defined. So if you're using Coda 2, pretty cool, helps you speed up your coding. Year, let's add our year, PHP echo date, the year, and our name, use the PHP echo my name variable. We're good to go there. Now we're going to start doing our if and else statements right here in our sandbox. So in there, add your PHP script, and then start with an if statement. There's the skeleton. Now compare favefruit to pineapple. All right, so in here, we're going to echo something if this statement happens to be true, and we'll say, yay, pineapple is the best. Like I said, because it is the best. Else, this is where we're using else, right after the if statement, after the closing curly bracket, add else, and then open and close your curly brackets again. In there, we're going to be adding our what happens if it is false. Echo, so you like oranges. All right, so save that and check out the practice.php file. Final example, check out your example. So you like oranges. So that's it. So feel free now to just change the variable here or what you're comparing it to. Maybe even let's say your favorite fruit is pineapple, which is my favorite fruit. So now if I save that, let's see what happens. Yay, pineapple is the best. See? Pretty cool. So that is the else statement. You tag it on to the end of your if statement, and then you have an even better knowledge of how to use PHP. If and else is super powerful. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Else If, and in this lecture we're going to continue from where we left off in the previous lecture, which was if statements, and we're going to learn a little bit how to extend our if statement using the else if statement. Alright, so in your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 12 else if. In your code editor, make sure that you open the final and practice.php files in the 12 else if folder. The practice.php file is a basic skeleton that I've set up for you so that you can create what I've already built in the final.php example. I'll show you what that looks like right now. It says, Hola, usted habla español. And I know it's just a simple Spanish sentence, but we're actually using some PHP programming using if, else if, and else to achieve this result. So let's jump into the lecture and then we will get our hands dirty with some code. So there is one last piece to the if and else puzzle. It is called else if, pronounced else if. Else if is a kind of combination of if and else. PHP.net puts it quite nicely. Like else, it extends an if statement to execute a different statement in case the original if expression evaluates to false. However, unlike else, it will execute that alternative expression only if the else if conditional expression evaluates to true. So if the above explanation is as clear as mud, the syntax looks just like this. If expression, code to execute if the above expression is true. Else if, different expression, code to execute if the first expression is false, but the else if expression is true. Else, code to execute if neither of the above expressions are true. So now if we added some real PHP, it would look a little bit like this. So PHP, we have native language variable, Spanish, if native language is equal to French. Then echo, bonjour, vous parlez français? Else if native language is equal to Spanish. Echo, hola, usted habla español? Else, echo, hello, you probably speak English. So here's the commented code just with a little bit more of an explanation. So we set a variable. You should know how this works by now. Now the first if statement right here. If the native language is French, then echo some French. Else if the native language is Spanish, then echo some Spanish. Else the native language is neither of the above, then just echo some English. So basically, in plain English, this is if the native language variable or your native language is French, then echo French. Otherwise, check to see if their native language is Spanish, then echo some Spanish. Otherwise, if they don't speak French or Spanish, then just echo some English because hopefully they speak it. All right, so let's jump into our code editor. Let's start off by adding our constants and our variables. So the first constant is the title, and it is else if. And then we're going to add our custom variables, and that will be my name and lesson number. And lesson number is 12 in the context of this folder. Remember that it is not the lesson number in the entire course because we're much further along, but just a reference to where we are in the Code Dynamic Websites course files folder. One more variable we need to add, native language. And although it is not my native language, I'm just going to put Spanish for the purpose of this lecture. So let's start out by adding our titles and such. PHP echo title. Copy that. We're going to do that between the small tag down here. We're going to add the lesson number using PHP echo. Lesson num. And down here we have the year, so PHP echo date. Capital Y gives you the full year. And then the name using PHP echo. Echo my name variable. There we go. Good to go. Now let's jump into our sandbox. Start your PHP script. And let's start by adding a basic PHP if, else if, and else skeleton. Looks like this. All right, so there's the basic skeleton. And let's start adding our first expression in the first if statement. So, if native language is equal to French, then echo bonjour, vous parlez français. All right, so now because I use this little funky letter here, I'm going to encode the entities. And if you're using Coda 2, you can easily do that here. Otherwise, you just have to use the HTML, special HTML character, ampersand, CCEDIL, and semicolon. That will get you that character. Okay, now in the else if, we're going to ask or check if the native language is Spanish. And then we're going to echo hola, upside down exclamation point. Usted habla español. And right here we have some special characters, so I'm going to highlight this with Coda 2, right click, and then processing encode entities. That will get me my upside down exclamation or inverted exclamation point. So ampersand IEXCL semicolon. Usted habla español. So we have the N with the little tilde thing on top. So ampersand N TILD. Whoops. Ampersand NTILDE semicolon. We'll get you the N with the tilde on top for español. Else, we're going to echo some English. Hello, you probably speak English. All right. And that with the semicolon, make sure to have these lines also end with semicolons. I almost forgot that. And save that. Now go to your browser and check out your example. All right, here it is. Hola, usted habla español. So now let's see if we can change this result. And all we need to do is change the value of our native language variable. So let's just say your native language is French. Bonjour, vous parlez français. And let's just say something else like German. Hello, you probably speak English. So we don't have our little script here to be smart enough to know if we speak German or if we speak something else like Arabic. It just says, hello, you probably speak English, because our program here in PHP only checks to see if we speak French or Spanish. If you wanted to expand on that, however, you can add multiple else if statements. So let's just add one more here. Else if. Remember to add your expression. Now let's say maybe you speak a different native language. Let's say your native language is Arabic, since we just used it up there. Now I don't know how to write any Arabic, unfortunately, but let's just say in English here. Yay, you can speak an awesome language. Arabic. All right. So now save that and make sure your native language variable is set to Arabic and check it out. Yay, you can speak an awesome language. Arabic. Cool. So that's how you do the else if statement. And you remember you can add multiple here. And we added an extra one here in between the last else if and the else. And we just added another instance here to make our PHP script even smarter. So hopefully that shows you the power of the PHP else and else if statements when they're tagged onto the end of the if statement. And hope you enjoyed that lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Get Your Hands Dirty. And in this video, we're going to be creating a little mini PHP program that we're going to put together using everything we've learned so far in this if, else, if section we've been covering. So let's jump right in. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 13, Get Your Hands Dirty. Open up your code editor. Make sure to open the index and practice.php files in the 13 Get Your Hands Dirty folder. Practice.php is where we're going to be building what is in the index.php final example. The final example looks a little something like this. Get your hands dirty if, else, and else if. In our sandbox, here we have, welcome human, please leave the black rhino alone. Another example, congratulations for being on Earth for more than 20 years. And a combination, well then, you do not speak German, nor are you a rhino. So this PHP script is quite the doozy, and I think we should jump right into the code so that you can see how I am building this. And you can rest assured I am actually using if, else, and else if to create this funky little example. So let's jump into our practice.php file. Start off by adding your constant, which will be the title, if, else, and else if, and one custom variable, which will be my name. Well, one regular custom variable, which is my name. We're not going to do the lesson number like we've usually done because this one's just called Get Your Hands Dirty. All right, so let's just add those things to get them out of the way. PHP echo title. Copy it and paste it in between the small tags. And then at the bottom, we have our year. PHP echo date, capital Y, and our name. PHP echo my name. Perfect. All right, great. So now let's add a few more custom variables, and we're going to use these variables for our if, else, if, and if. Blah, blah, blah. Species is one of them, and let's say human. Let's add another one called native language, and you might notice here that I used camel caps and or camel case as it's also called. Basically, instead of using an underscore like I did in the previous lecture, I kept it all together without a underscore, and I put a capital L so it kind of has that camel hump. So native language, so you can see that it's two words. It's kind of a programming convention that you can use, and I think I'll try it here just to expose you to a new way of writing your code. So native language, English. And let's add another one. Years on Earth. Again, camel case. And let's just say 25. You can put whatever age you want or number of years you want, but let's start with 25. And then now, down in our sandbox, let's add our PHP script. And in between there, let's add the if, else, if, and else skeleton. If, else, if, and else. Perfect. So let's start with the first expression. We're going to say species is equal to black rhino. So if species is equal to black rhino, then we will echo a paragraph tag, because you can echo HTML in between our strings there. And let's say, welcome, black rhino. You and the rest of the rhinos will love this big lake. Perfect. All right, our second expression in the else if statement, let's say species is equal to human. So if this else if the species is equal to human, let's echo another paragraph tag. And in between the paragraph tags, we'll say, welcome, human. Please leave the black rhino alone. Perfect. Else, meaning if the species is not a black rhino or a human, echo another paragraph tag. And in the paragraph tag, just write, welcome to Earth. Your kind is unknown to us. Awesome. So let's see what that does. Let's go to our browser and go to check out your example. So you can see that the text spits out, welcome human, please leave the black rhino alone. And the reason why is because here in our PHP script, we're checking to see if the species is equal to black rhino or human. Otherwise, echo this. And because the species matched the human, then we're spitting out this text. Welcome human, please leave the black rhino alone. But what happens if we change the species to black rhino? I think you know at this point. Let's check it out in our browser. Welcome, black rhino. You and the rest of the rhinos will love this big lake. Cool. What if we change it to something that doesn't meet or match either of those if and else if statements? Something like donkey. Let's refresh and check it out. Welcome to Earth. Your kind is unknown to us. Obviously, our script doesn't know what a donkey is. It just assumes if you're not a black rhino or a human, you're obviously an alien. So in this case, the donkey is an alien. If we added an extra else if statement that said species is equal to donkey, then we can have a different echo statement here. But right now, it's just defaulting to the else because it doesn't match black rhino or human. So I'm going to change that back there. Now let's move down below our PHP script and add just an H5 tag and say another example. And after that, we're going to add another PHP script. And in between there, let's add our if, else if, and else skeleton. The first expression in the if statement, let's check to see if years on Earth is exactly equal to 20. And if so, echo, congratulations for being on Earth for 20 years. And with a semicolon, remember that. Else if, let's check to see if years on Earth is less than 20. If so, echo, not quite 20 yet, young grasshopper. Whoops. Okay, and else, if it doesn't match either of those statements, echo, you must be more than 20 years old. So let's check that out and see what it looks like. Another example, you must be more than 20 years old. And in fact, that is true because in our variable, years on Earth, we said 25. What if we said 20? Let's check it out. Congratulations for being on Earth for 20 years. What if we chose a large number like 94? You must be more than 20 years old. So what if we said, I don't know, 10? Not quite 20 yet, young grasshopper. Cool. So this works quite well. Let's move on and add one more example. So below our PHP script there, let's add H5 tag that says a combination. So a combination of both. PHP script in there, again, if, else if, and else. The first expression we're going to say, native language is equal to German. If your native language is equal to German, echo, willkommen. All right. Else if your species is equal to black rhino, then echo, oh, you must be a rhino. Else, if it doesn't match either of those, echo, well then, you do not speak German, nor are you a rhino. Excellent. Save that and let's check it out. Combination. Well then, you do not speak German, nor are you a rhino. So, why don't we change some variables up here and see what happens? What if we said our native language was German? What happens now? Willkommen. What if we said our species was black rhino, what happens then? Well, you could see that this changes to welcome black rhino, but down here this stays the same because our if and else if statement checks first to see if our native language is German. If that fails, then it goes on to the else if, but because this passed as true, then it's going to echo this first statement. So what if we said our language was French, but we were still a black rhino? French black rhino. Oh, you must be a rhino. So you see how that works? And then the else, we already had that. So we checked to see if we were German. Great. We checked to see if we were a rhino that didn't speak German. It echoed this, and we checked by not having our native language be German or have our species be black rhino. So that echoed the, well done, you do not speak German, nor are you a rhino. So quick little review. We added our 3 variables here, which we played around with down here in our sandbox, where we did a series of if, else, if, and else statements to see if our species, to see the years on Earth, and to do a combination of those by checking our native language and our species. So hopefully that made sense, and that was fun, and that got you a little bit more excited because we're going to be diving a little bit deeper into PHP in our next series of lectures, and we're going to start with comparison operators. What the heck is that? See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Comparison Operators, and in this video we're going to be diving a little deeper into something we've been kind of playing around with for the past few lectures. So let's jump right in. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 14 Comparison Operators. Open up your code editor and make sure to have your final and practice.php files open. As usual, practice.php is the plain skeleton we're going to be using to build what is in final.php. Final.php, or the final example, looks like this. We have a series of comparison operators, and we have some text in under it, and we're using the above comparison operator to achieve this result in PHP. So let's jump right into the lecture. At this point, we've been playing around with PHP variables, arrays, and if statements. In nearly every lecture so far, we've seen the equals symbol. You probably have a basic understanding that it sets a value to a variable, like so. Variable my name, and the equal sign. After that, a string of text which says Brad, followed by a semicolon. So the equal sign doesn't actually mean, in this case, my name is equal to Brad. It means assign Brad to the variable my name. In the PHP world, the equal symbol is called an assignment operator. It basically assigns the value on the right to the variable on the left. There are many assignment operators, but we'll get into those once we've been introduced to the many other types of operators in PHP. First, we'll start with the comparison operator. Comparison operators allow you to compare multiple elements. You can compare whether elements are equal, exactly equal, or identical, greater than, less than, plus a few more combinations of the above. Here's a handy dandy little table provided by php.net. So here you can see I have in the example a variable and then the operator in between. So the first one, we have the equal comparison operator. Looks like this. The result is true if A is equal to B. The next one, we have identical, which means true if A is equal to B and they are of the same type. Please note that this is for PHP 4 and up only, and I have a little nifty PHP function spitting out the type, the version of PHP you're using. I'm using 5.3.2, so we're good to go on this one. Just to expand a little bit on this one, it's a little bit confusing at first because what's the difference between equal and identical? Isn't equal and identical the same? Well, not necessarily. We're going to jump into that in our final example, but just to give you a heads up, let's say, for example, A is the integer 1 and B is a string with the number 1 in between those strings. Those are not identical. So we'll dive further into that a little bit later. The next one, not equal. It's true if A is not equal to B. The next one is also not equal. It's just a different way of writing it. So it's true if A is not equal to B. The next one is not identical. So kind of the same thing as identical. True if A is not equal to B, or they are not of the same type. So same thing. If this was an integer and this was a string, and they're not identical, that's how you use that comparison operator. We'll get into that a little later as well. The next one is A is less than B. True if A is strictly less than B. It's pretty straightforward. The next one is greater than, which is true if A is strictly greater than B. Strictly meaning not equal to or greater than, because that's the next set of comparison operators. So this is less than or equal to. True if A is less than or equal to B. And the next one is greater than or equal to, which is true if A is greater than or equal to B. Here is an example of how you would use one of the above comparison operators, just to get your feet a little wet. So years on Earth, 14. If years on Earth is less than or equal to 25. Echo, your age is less than or equal to 25. So in this case, because the variable is the integer 14, it is in fact less than 25. If this variable was 25, it would also echo your age is less than or equal to 25. Hopefully that's straightforward enough. So feel free to experiment with all of the above comparison operators with some PHP, if, else, and else if statements using the practice.php provided in this folder, which we are going to get into right now. So let's go to our code editor. All right, let's start off with our constants, and we have the title, which is comparison operators. Next up, we have our custom variables, which is my name, and the lesson number, which is 14 in our Code Dynamic Websites course files folder. Let's go ahead and add those things in here. PHP echo the title, copy that, paste it between our small tag in the level 1 heading. Lesson number, let's echo our lesson num variable. Down at the very, very bottom, we have our year. Let's use PHP to dynamically echo the date and the year within the date function. And then our name. PHP echo my name variable. Perfect. All right, let's go back to our custom variables. And let's start adding some new variables that we're going to be using in this lecture. So years on Earth. Note that I'm using the camel case. I just added a couple tabs there just because I want it to look nice and tidy when I add the next variables. You'll see what I mean. Not important or required, but looks nice. You'll see. So 25.32, an exact integer. The next one, let's do favorite, I meant to say. Favorite. Note that I'm using the proper spelling of the word favorite. String num. Hit tab. Equals. Okay, so what this means is, well, but the variable, what I'm trying to reference is, I'm not going to put the integer one, I'm going to put the number one within a string. That's very different than the integer one. And when we're using our identical operator, this is not identical to the integer one. So you'll see how that works a little later on. Next one, birth country. A couple tabs. Canada. In this case, just start off by putting Canada. And once you want to play with this script that you're going to be building, you can change this to your own birth country or any other birth country that you want. But for now, just do Canada so we have the same result. Perfect. Let's go down to our sandbox. You'll see I have a few skeleton kind of starter things for you here. I already have PHP scripts with the your code here comment flag so that you can kind of get started quicker rather than typing everything out. And you're welcome. All right, so let's start with the equal to operator. So in our first PHP script, if in our, we're going to need to put an expression here. So if years on Earth is equal to 25.32, then let's echo your age is equal to, and then we can echo the variable here. Since we're already in PHP, we don't have to write echo. Years on Earth. So, equal to. If years on Earth is equal to 25.32, your age is equal to years on Earth. Let's check it out. The final example, your example. Here we go. Equal to, your age is equal to 25.32. Now, if you changed your variable to 25.31, nothing would come up because it is not equal to 25.31. Let's change that back. All right, now let's blast through these other ones. Identical. So, if. Let's add an else if as well. And then our fallback else. Perfect. First expression, if favorite string num is identical to the integer 1. Then echo your favorite number is an integer. Else if the expression will be favorite string num is identical to the string 1. Echo your favorite number is a string called 1. Else, let's fall back to you must have a different favorite number than 1 the integer or string. All right, so let's check that out. Let's see what result we get. Identical. Your favorite number is a string called 1, and that is because up here in our custom variables, we have the string 1. What happens if we change that to the integer 1? Your favorite number is an integer because it knows that it is not the string 1. It's not identical to the string 1. What if we change this to a different number? You must have a different favorite number than 1 the integer or string. That is exactly right. Let's change it back. Now let's go back down to not equal. If. And in our expression here, birth country is not equal to Mexico, then echo you, excuse me, senor. Remember the N with the tilde on top. If you're using Coda 2, you can go processing and code entities or use ampersand N tilde semicolon to get the N with the tilde. You must not be from around here. All right, so let's check that out. Excuse me, senor, you must not be from around here. And that is correct because my birth country is Canada. What if it was Mexico? Nothing, because we don't have anything to deal with that case, but it's working because it's checking to see if it's not equal to Mexico, which is correct. All right, so not identical. Let's move on to the next one. If. Let's add an else at the end of that. And our first expression will be years on Earth is not identical to 25. Remember, we're going to put this in a string. 25.32. The string. Echo. You are not exactly the string years on Earth. Now note that I put this variable within single quotation marks, a single string here because the outside ones are doubles. If I were to put double strings here, like this, you'll see something weird happens. It changes the color. Coda lets me know that something's kind of changed here. You might be using a code editor that doesn't let you know, but what happens is in PHP, if you have an opening string, you need to have a closing string of the exact same type, which means it ends that bit of PHP. So right here, this is where it ends, and so we're going to get an error. and these don't really matter. But this does is just creates an error for us. So I need to use single quotation marks if I'm using them within double quotation marks. Now remember, the same goes for the other way around. If I'm using single quotation marks, which you can very well do, on the outside, inside quotation marks need to be doubles. They need to alternate. See how it's the same color now? The other option is, let's say you're using double quotation marks, and the inside we also want to use double quotation marks. So say, for example, I wanted them to show double quotation marks rather than singles. I can use the backslash before the double quotation marks on the inside, like this. And then here as well. And we're good to go here. So basically this allows us to use the double quotation marks within double quotation marks. Same goes for single quotation marks. Inside single quotation marks, I need to use the backslash before each of the instances. And now this allows us to use singles and singles, or doubles and doubles. So hopefully that wasn't too much, but I wanted to let you know because it is actually quite important to know. You could run across those issues a lot in PHP. So let's try this out and see if this lets us use double quotation marks. Let's finish the else first. So we're going to echo you are exactly the string years on earth. Whoops. And in here, I'm just going to use singles inside the double. Now let's check it out. You are not exactly the string 25.32. Do you see how we're using the double quotation marks here? That's because I put the backslashes before it. What if I took them out? What happens? Let's just have a look. Broken. We have an error. Big white page. PHP cannot comprehend. So let's leave our backslashes there. So there we go. We have both examples for you to check out. Okay, so let's move down to less than. We're going to use PHP if. Our expression will be lesson num is less than 15. So if lesson num is less than 15, then echo you haven't quite made it to lesson 15 yet. All right, let's check it out. You haven't quite made it to lesson 15 yet. And that is exactly right, because here we are in tutorial 15 in our Code Dynamic Websites course files folder. And we said the lesson num variable is 14. So we are less than 15. All right, greater than. Let's move to greater than. You might have a good idea of how this works already. So if lesson num, whoops, not cookie, lesson num is greater than 10, then echo you've made it past lesson 10. So let's check it out. Are we greater than lesson 10? You've made it past lesson 10. That is correct, because our variable for lesson num is 14. Less than or equal to. If statement. And our expression will be lesson num is less than or equal to 14. If it is less than or equal to 14, let's echo the variable lesson num is less than or equal to 14. Check it out. 14 is less than or equal to 14. That is exactly correct. Greater than or equal to. And last one here, if statement. Our expression will say lesson num greater than or equal to 4. In here, we're going to echo something if the lesson num variable is greater than or equal to 4. Lesson num is greater than or equal to 4. Save it, check it out. 14 is greater than or equal to 4. Exactly. So That's basically all of the examples we're using here in the comparison operators. And feel free to play around with this now. You already have something to work with. Change the variables to different numbers, different combinations of strings and integers, and change your birth country, change the lesson number if you want, so on and so forth. Even come up with your own variables and just try it out for fun and see what it looks like. And yeah, just have fun with them using the equal, identical, not identical, less than, greater than, or equal to, and less than or equal to. Play around with all of them. Change the if statements, change the else if statements, everything like that. And keep playing around with it until you have a good idea, a good grasp on how this whole thing works in PHP. It's incredibly useful. I would suggest playing around in the sandbox just a little bit more. All right, so once you're done doing that, see you in the next lecture, which will be logical operators. Awesome, fun. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Logical Operators, and in this video we're going to continue from where we left off in the previous lecture, which was comparison operators. So we're going to learn a little bit more about the PHP operators, and I think you're going to like this lecture, so let's jump right in. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 15 logical operators. In your code editor, make sure you have open the final and practice.php files in your logical operators folder. Practice.php is the skeleton I provided where we're going to be building what is in final.php. The final example looks like this. We have a series of logical operators and the results in under them. So this will make more sense once we dive in, but let's start with our lecture. Logical operators are just that, logical. It's like speaking English. They're very helpful when you need your if, else, and else if statements to be a little bit more complex. So check out this table provided by php.net. So we have our example, name, and result in this table. The first one is the AND logical operator. So you could see here, example, variable A and variable B. It is true if both A and B are true. The next one is OR, true if either A or B is true. The next one is not. You could see the exclamation point, then the variable. True if A is not true. Hopefully that makes sense. That'll probably make more sense once we start coding with it. The next one is AND. It's an alternative version. It's 2 ampersands, true if both A and B are true. And the last one is an alternative version of OR, 2 pipes, rather than writing OR, true if either A or B is true. So here's an example of how you would use one of the above logical operators in a very practical situation. So we have username, password variables, Johnny Boy and Cordy. If username is equal to Johnny Boy and password is equal to QWERTY, then execute some code. So if this statement is correct, so if username is equal to this and password is equal to this, so both of these have to be true for this to evaluate to true. If one, either or both are false, then it will evaluate to false and then go to the else statement, which says echo, your username and password combination are incorrect. So why don't we jump into our code editor and get our hands a little dirty. So let's start off with our constants and variables and so on and so forth. The title is logical operators. We have our custom variables that we usually add. It's so my name and lesson num. Start off with the title. Paste that in between the small tag and the H1. And then the lesson number. We're going to PHP echo lesson num. Down at the very bottom, add the year using PHP echo date, capital Y for the full year, and your name using the my name variable, PHP echo my name. Perfect. Let's get into what is most important. Up here in the custom variables, let's add our own custom variables. So let's start with username. And let's say the username, like in the example, is Johnny Boy. And then password is equal to QWERTY. Now, PS, worst password ever. Don't actually use this password in real life for anything. And in this case, we're just writing out a sample password. In all cases, when you're using a password variable in your PHP programs, or any other program for that matter, you encrypt the password. And PHP has a built-in function that can help encrypt the password to prevent hackers from accessing sensitive information. But in this case, we're just going to type it out so you can see how it works. And let's add a couple more variables. So let's say cart total is equal to the integer 19.99. And coupon code is discount please. All right, so there we go. We have our custom variables. Now let's go down into our sandbox and start playing around. So, and let's start with and. I already have the PHP script here. So if username is equal to Johnny Boy and password is equal to QWERTY, then echo paragraph tag, and we'll say login info is correct. All right, so why don't we check that out? So if the username is equal to Johnny Boy and password is equal to QWERTY, then echo that. And here's your final example, or your example. Login info is correct. Perfect. Now, if you were to change any of these to something else, you can see nothing happens because it evaluates to false. You can add an else statement there to echo a different statement if you'd like. Let's go down to the OR logical operator, and let's say if cart total is greater than 15 or coupon code is equal to discount, please. Then echo, you get a discount. So you could see in this case, if the cart total, so if you've ordered more than 15 presumably dollars worth of goods, or you have a coupon code that says, no spaces, discount please, then echo, you get a discount. So basically we're assuming in this case we have an online store, a shopping cart, where if you order more than $15 or you use a coupon code, then you get a discount. Let's have another else statement here and say echo, you don't get a discount. So if it's less than 15 or you don't have this coupon code, then you don't get a discount. So let's check it out. You get a discount. Okay, cool. So let's change something here. Let's change this to say if the cart total is greater than 100 or you have the coupon code discount, please. Let's check it out. So you still get a discount because you have the coupon code discount, please. So why don't we change this to something else? Discount now. So both of these evaluate to false. You don't get a discount because you don't have more than $100 in your cart or you don't have the coupon code discount now. So you can see how that kind of works. Put those back to their defaults. Now let's go with the not operator. So let's add another variable here and say own dog, meaning like if you own a dog, if you have a dog in your possession. So let's say true. Own dog is true. If, all right, bear with me here. If not own dog, then echo, you do not own a dog. Else, echo, you own a dog. Okay, so let's see if this makes sense. The own dog variable is a Boolean variable and it's set to true. So if not own dog, meaning if own dog is not true, then you do not own a dog. Else, you do own a dog. So if I were just to say if own dog, this evaluates to true. Then it would technically evaluate the first one, which is kind of an inconsistent statement. So if not own dog, if you do not own a dog is essentially what this is saying. Then echo the first, else this. So let's check it out. You own a dog. because own dog is true, and this is checking if own dog is false. So echo you own a dog. Now let's say own dog is false. If not own dog, let's see what happens. You do not own a dog. So own dog is false. So it's checking to see if own dog is not true. That's what the not operator is looking for. It evaluates to true if the expression is not true. So in this case, own dog, the variable is false. And if it is not true, then it is evaluating to true. So hopefully that makes sense. And let's jump down into the and logical operator. It's the same as the other one, just typed differently. If username is equal to Johnny Boy, ampersand twice, password is equal to QWERTY, then echo login info is correct, else echo wrong login info. So let's check it out. Login info is correct because Johnny Boy and password are evaluating to true. And last but not least, the alternative or logical operator. Same deal as the other or. If cart total is greater than 15 or two pipe symbols, coupon code, is equal to discount, please. Then echo, you get a discount. Else, echo, you don't get a discount. And let's give it a go. You get a discount because your cart total is greater than 15, or you have the coupon code discount, please. Perfect. So, quick little recap. We've added our constants and custom variables, username, password, cart total, coupon code, all strings except for less than num, which we've always done, and cart total, which is an integer as well. Down here, we added the and, or, not, and, or. Hopefully that made sense. Let's try again. And, or, not, and or logical operators, and we did some practical examples with how you would actually use them in PHP in a simple dynamic website. So hopefully that made sense. And if it didn't, restart the lecture. That's the beauty of this style of teaching. And hopefully that was valuable to you. I'll see you in the next lecture where we will be covering arithmetic or arithmetic operators, basically math using operators. All right, goodie. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Arithmetic Operators, and in this video we're going to be exploring a new type of PHP operator which basically deals with math. So let's jump right in. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 16 arithmetic operators. In your code editor, make sure to open your final and practice.php files in the 16 arithmetic operators folder. Practice.php is the sandbox skeleton we're going to be using to code what is in the final.php file that I've also provided. Final.php looks a little bit like this. We have a series of titles, the types of arithmetic operators, so addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulus. And then under there we have some text that we're using that specific arithmetic operator to achieve. So let's jump into the lecture. Arithmetic operators. This is where we start getting into some math. It's very basic, but incredibly useful. So check out this table provided by php.net. Like usual, we have the example name and result. The first line, we have variable a plus variable b. This is addition, so the result is the sum of a and b. We basically will know how to do all of these because it's just pretty straightforward math. So first one is addition. Second one is subtraction. So the difference of a and b, a minus b. Third one is multiplication, the product of a and b, a times b. Fourth, division, the quotient of A and B. So A divided by B. And the last one is something that many of you may not have heard before. I know I didn't when I started learning some arithmetic operators. Modulus. So it is the remainder of A divided by B. So A modulus B. So the modulus operator is usually a pretty confusing concept at first, but mathforum.org provides a pretty good explanation right here. The mod, or modulus operator in computer languages is simply the remainder. For example, 17 modulus 3 equals 2, because 17 divided by 3 is equal to 5. So the remainder is 2, which in turn means 17 equals 3 times 5 plus 2. So hopefully that makes sense. Here's an example of how you would use one of the above arithmetic operators. So we have our PHP script, birth year, and this year in variables. So we have birth year, I put 1988, and this year. So I'm using the PHP date method with the year. So my age equals, in brackets, this year, so it's getting the current year, minus 1988. So my age will have this year minus 1988, and then I echo my age. And that will echo the person's age whose birth year is 1988. So let's jump right into our code editor to start doing some math. Let's start out doing the usual. Add your constants and your variables. The constant title is arithmetic operators. And in this one, we're going to just add the usual custom variables, which is my name and lesson number. Add the title right here. And also add that to the small tag within the H1 tag. The lesson number, or the tutorial number, is PHP echo lesson num. And then at the bottom we have our current year, PHP echo date year, and name, PHP echo my name. Good to go. All right, let's get into our sandbox. This is where the fun happens. So first one, we have addition. Remove the your code here PHP comment, and let's add some variables within this PHP script. So let's start with A. A equals 7. Let's add B and say B equals 19. And C is equal to, in brackets, A plus B. So the C variable will include this addition, A plus B. And let's echo the result. Echo A plus B is equal to C. Very simple. Let's check it out. All right, so your example, 7 plus 19 is equal to 26. That is correct. Thank you, PHP. All right, down to subtraction. Let's add 3 more variables. We're going to use A equals 7, B equals 19, and C is equal to A minus B. Now keep in mind, you can change these variables. I'm just recycling A, B, and C and just putting the same numbers in this case, but you can change these to experiment with different math. So echo A minus B is equal to C. Check that out. 7 minus 19 is equal to negative 12. All right. Multiplication. A equals 7, B equals 19, and C is equal to A multiplied by B. And then we're going to echo the result by saying A. And then I'm going to say times using the HTML special character, ampersand. A times B is equal to C. Let's check it out. 7 times 19 is equal to 133. All right, division. We have our A variable, 7, B, 19, and C, A divided by B. Check it out. Oh, whoops. You can't check it out yet. You need to echo. A divided by B is equal to C. Check it out. 7 divided by 19 is equal to 0.36842105262. Cool. And last but not least, and most confusing, modulus. So we have A is equal to 7, B is equal to 19, and C is equal to A modulus B. And then we're going to echo the result. A modulus B is equal to C. Check it out. 7 modulus 19 is equal to 7. Cool. So feel free to go through and just play with the different types of arithmetic operators in the sandbox and just see what kind of results you can get. You can do a whole bunch of math. You can add different types of operators in one. So you can do this, and then you could say divided by B modulus C or A, whatever, and just experiment. This can do basically any type of math, and it's really useful when you're coding your dynamic websites. And so hopefully this lecture was useful to you. Play around in the sandbox, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hola a todos, bienvenido a Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called String Operators, and in this video we're going to be adding another operator to our arsenal of PHP awesomeness. Let's do this! Sorry about that. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 17 string operators. In your code editor, be sure to open up final and practice.php in the 17 string operators folder within your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder. Practice.php, as usual, will be the sandbox that we will use to build final.php. Final example looks like this. Boom, concatenation operator. Hola, mi amigos. Concatenating assignment operator. Hola, mi amigos. I hope that didn't really make sense. But anyway, we're going to be using the concatenation operator and the concatenating assignment operator. They sound like a mouthful, but they're actually quite simple, very useful. Let's jump into the lecture.
Explosion sound!
Like I said, this one is nice and simple. There are only 2 string operators. The first one is called the concatenation operator. Looks a little bit like this, like a dot or a period, which combines the value of the right argument with the left argument. So let's look at it like this. So we have variable A. We're assigning hola, notice the space, and then we have the B variable, and we're assigning A. So we're assigning the value of A, which is hola, with the space, and then we're using the concatenation operator, and then afterwards we have another string of text that says mi amigos. So if I echo B, it will print or echo, hola, mi amigos. See how that works? So basically, the concatenation operator will assign the value afterwards to the variable before it. So you see here, like I already showed you, we got variable B, the value is A, and mi amigos. So we're assigning this or tacking this onto the end of this string. So it's creating a new string itself, which prints hola, mi amigos. So the second operator is the concatenating assignment operator. Looks like this, a period and an equal sign, which appends the value in the right with the value in the left, like this. So it's basically a simpler version of the top. So variable A is hola with a space. We're also doing another one here, just A, variable A, but instead of just the equal sign, we're adding the concatenating assignment operator. So period and equal sign, mi amigos. So instead of just rewriting the variable, because if you were to just write A twice and then basically the second instance of this variable and the value of the variable, it's going to overwrite the first one. But in this case, it's going to append the value to the initial or the first variable. So echo A, this prints hola mi amigos. So the concatenating assignment operator is considered an assignment operator, which we'll be learning more about in the next lecture. But for now, we're just going to play with these two. So let's jump into our code editor.
Spinning effect.
All right, like usual, let's add all the old cleanup stuff, constants and variables and so on and so forth. Take a couple moments to do that. We got the title. We got our custom variables, your name and the lesson number. Feel free to zip through this part if you've already done it, or if you just want to keep practicing, that's cool. I'm just going to be doing this. We're going to add the title down here again. Boom, lesson number, PHP, echo. Let's echo that lesson number. Save that down to the year. PHP echo date. Y. Oh, Y. There it is. Okay, and my name. Using the variable that I set. PHP echo my name. Boom, done. Sweet, that was fast. All right, now to the good stuff. Let's go to the sandbox. The concatenation operator. Let's do it. Let's add a couple variables in here. So we're going to have A equals hola with a space. B equals mi amigos. And then C is equal to A concatenation operator B. Now let's echo C. See what that looks like. Make sure to check it out in practice.php. Hola, mi amigos. Now let's just try a little something out here. Let's take the space away. What does that do? Save it, check it out.
No space.
See how it has no space in between here? It's because this was the first variable, this is the second, we didn't add a space in either. Notice that this doesn't matter if there's any spaces here or not. It doesn't add any spaces. Nothing happens. However, if you were to add a space in the second one beforehand, that works as well. But you need to make sure to have a space somewhere. So that's the concatenation operator. Let's try the concatenating assignment operator. So we got variable A is equal to hola space A concatenating assignment operator mi amigos. And now let's echo A. There we go. See what it does. Hola, mi amigos. Let's try something interesting here. Watch this. What if I didn't want to just set the variables and write 3 lines of code like this? What if I wanted to just minimize it a bit? So let's try it out. Watch this. Let's echo A concatenating assignment operator mi amigos. Let's get rid of the second one. So I just minimized the line there. Let's see what that does. Same thing. I just took out a line. Pretty cool. So yeah, that's basically it. That's the concatenation operator and the concatenating assignment operator. It's very simple. Feel free to try them out with different variables, numbers, strings, all that sort of good stuff.
The swipe effect.
And yeah, I'll see you in the next lecture where we're going to learn about some assignment operators, which are pretty awesome. See you there.
When the moon hits your eyes like a giant pizza pie, that's amore. Oh, this thing's still on.
Yo, everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Assignment Operators, and this is the one where we're going to wrap up our section on PHP operators. This one's a very useful one, so pay attention. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 18 assignment operators. In your code editor, make sure to open up the final and practice.php files in the assignment operators folder and your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder. As usual, practice.php is their sandbox, final.php is the final example. Final example looks like this. We have a series of assignment operators and some values that we're using our PHP to get that result. So let's jump into the lecture. Assignment operators assign values from the right argument to the left argument, usually in the form of variables. The basic assignment operator we've used a lot is the equals sign, which assigns the value on the right to the variable on the left. Here's a table of more assignment operators. So we have the assignment, same as, and description. The first one is the addition assignment operator. So the plus sign and the equal sign. It is the same as A equals A plus B. So this is a shorter way of doing the same thing as this. The next one is the subtraction assignment operator. It looks like A minus equals B, which is the same as A equals A minus B. Third one is the multiplication assignment operator. A times equals B, which is the same as A equals A times B. Fourth, division. A divided by equals B, which is the same as A equals A divided by B. Modulus, the funny little modulus, A modulus equals B, same as A equals A modulus B. And last but not least, concatenation. A dot equals B. It's the same as A equals A dot B. Dot meaning concatenate. Hopefully that made sense. So here's an example of how to use one of the above operators. So PHP script, variable A equals 71. Variable B is 36. A minus equals B. If you echo that, you get 35 because 71 minus 36 is 35. The reason why I know that is because PHP told me. All right, code editor time. All right, add your title and your constants and variables and all that sort of good stuff. And make sure to add them here in the useful places. By now, this should just be boring and simple for you. You should be a pro at this. You might even be fast forwarding this part because you've already done it all beforehand or something, or maybe not. That's cool too. No worries. PHP echo lesson num. All right. Whoops. Down at the bottom, we got our year. PHP echo date. Year. Perfect. Name. PHP echo my name. Perfect. Sandbox time. All right, start off with our addition assignment operator. Let's add some variables. We got A equals 30. B equals 50. And then let's go A plus equals, or the addition assignment operator, B. So basically, this adds B and A together and reassigns the... It's really hard to speak and type the exact same time. Value to A. Adds B and A together, reassigns the value to A. So if I were to echo that, echo A, let's check it out in the practice.php example. Addition assignment operator, 80, because 50 plus 30 is 80. And we did that by just going A, addition assignment operator, B. Reassigns the value to A using some math. Cool. Subtraction assignment operator. Let's add the same variables. I'm just going to copy and paste, save some typing. 30 and 50 for A and B. A is going to be minus equals, or the subtraction assignment operator, B. What does that get us? Echo A. Let's find out. Minus 20, or negative 20. That's because 30 minus 50 is negative 20. Multiplication assignment operator. Let's add our variables, 30 and 50. You can always change these to whatever numbers you want. I'm just using 30 and 50 because it's simple and consistent. A multiply equals, or multiplication assignment operator, B. Echo that. What do we get? 1,500, because 30 times 50 is 1,500. You're so smart, PHP. All right, division assignment operator. We're going to do the same variables, 30 and 50. A, divide, equal, or division assignment operator, B. Echo A. What do we get? 0.6, because 30 divided by 50 is 0.6. modulus assignment operator. 30 and 50, A modulus equals B. And that is going to get us 30, because 30 modulus 50 is 30. I don't really know how that happens, but PHP is right. Concatenation assignment operator. This one we've touched on in the last lecture. A is equal to hola, and B is equal to mi amigos. And then A, concatenation assignment operator. B, echo A. What do we get? Hola, mi amigos. So I kind of zipped through that one because they're just some fairly simple examples, but these are very useful operators. All of these assignment operators, you're going to be using them. And I encourage you to try and experiment with how you can use these when you're coding a dynamic PHP website, because you can be efficient with your coding when you use these types of assignment operators. If you can minimize 10 lines down to 8 lines, or if you can minimize 100 lines down to 60 lines, that's really good. That saves you time, and it makes the program run faster. It's good coding practice, and that's kind of how you can use these operators, these assignment operators. It helps you be more efficient and smart with your PHP coding. Hang in there, because in the next lecture, we're going to be diving into a whole new section called PHP loops. And sounds kind of fun. So let's check it out. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called While Loop, and in this video we're going to be jumping into some new PHP material, so let's do this. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 19 While Loop. In your code editor, make sure to open final and practice.php in the 19 While Loop folder. Practice.php is the sandbox, and final.php is the final example, which looks like this. We have the numbers 10 through 20, and we're using the while loop to give us this result. So why don't we jump into the lecture so we can learn a little bit about the while loop. When coding PHP, loops can be fantastic. Basically, you can write a piece of code to repeat itself again and again until a certain condition has been met. There are a few types of loops in PHP, but in this lecture we're going to learn about while loops. Here's how a while loop works. While a condition is true, execute some code. At this point, you probably have no idea how to actually use a while loop in PHP, but that's okay. Let's dive into how you actually use it. So let's say you want PHP to echo the numbers from 10 to 20. First, you need to set a variable with your starting number. So here's our PHP script. Let's set a variable with the starting number. We're going to say 10. Then you need to start your while loop with a condition. So you need to give your while loop a condition. And in this case, we want our condition to say, while my starting number is less than or equal to 20, the condition is true. To help clarify, as long as the variable starting num is less than or equal to 20, keep on looping. So here's our PHP script again. We have our variable with the starting number and our while loop skeleton with a condition. While the starting num is less than or equal to 20, execute some code. Now you may be thinking, our starting number is 10 and it will always be less than 20, Dumbo. Well, each time we loop through our function, we will tell PHP to increment our starting number by 1. Therefore, eventually our starting number will be equal to 20. Our condition says to stop looping once our starting number is larger than 20. We need to do this to prevent an infinite loop, something you most definitely don't want. An infinite loop means your function literally will run forever, which can freeze up your computer and cause a whole whack of other issues. So let's tell PHP to echo our starting num variable, then increment the variable by 1. Here's our PHP script again. We have our starting number. While the starting number is less than or equal to 20, echo the variable on the screen, and then we're going to concatenate a break tag at the end so that each new number will be on its own line. So echo starting num, concatenate a break tag. Then increment the value by 1. You do that in PHP by adding a plus plus after the variable, as long as the variable is an integer. So in PHP, you can increment and decrement variables like so. A plus plus, or variable plus plus, adds 1 to the value of the variable each time through. Variable a minus minus subtracts from the value of the variable a each time through. So this adds plus 1, this subtracts 1. So if I coded this correctly, the code should echo the numbers 10 through 20 on your screen and stop at 20. Keep in mind you can use any of the operators we've used in our past lectures as the conditions that need to be met in the while loop. So again, here's our final example, the numbers 10 through 20. So why don't we jump into our code editor and see if we can achieve the same result. So in your practice.php file, go ahead and add your constants and your custom variables. I've auto-filled them this time, so I don't have to type them all out, but feel free to add your constant with the title, the name, and the lesson number. And then remember to echo your constant between the title tags and the small tag here. And at the very bottom, you want to echo your date and your name. Your practice.php file will have some HTML comments in replacement of these, so you will know where you need to add that code. So go ahead and add those, and once you're done, let's jump into our PHP script right here in the sandbox. So why don't we start by setting a variable with your starting number. So let's say starting num is equal to 10, while starting num is less than or equal to 20. Okay, here's our while loop, skeleton, and we're going to say the condition is starting num is less than or equal to 20. So while that's the case, echo the value of the variable on the screen using the echo function, starting num. And then we're going to concatenate a break tag at the end of each line. Then we want to increment the value of starting num by 1. And we do that like so. Starting num plus plus. Save that. Now why don't we check that out in practice.php, see if you got the same thing. Boom, there it is, 10 through 20. If you got the same result, then you nailed it. If not, go ahead and go back to the code editor, make sure you have everything typed out properly. Maybe you're missing a semicolon, so on and so forth. And that's basically it for the basics of the while loop. You can also go in and change the value of the starting number, and you can change the condition to be, less than or equal to a certain number. You can change this to 100. It could be a negative number, and you can decrement the value using the minus. Change your variables and your conditions, so on and so forth. Get comfortable with the while loop, and in the next lecture, we're going to be covering the basics of the for loop. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called For Loop, and in this video we're going to continue from where we left off with the while loop, and we're going to learn a little bit more about how to use PHP loops. So let's do this. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 20 for loop. In your code editor, make sure to open up the same folder, 20 for loop, and open final and practice.php. Practice.php is the sandbox which you are going to be using to build what is in final.php. Final.php looks a little something like this. Here's the final example. We have a list saying number 0 all the way through 20, and we're using the PHP for loop to achieve that result. So let's jump into the lecture. For loops are a little trickier to wrap your head around, so hang in there. For loop is used when you know in advance how many times the script should run, says W3 Schools. The syntax looks like so. For, initialize counter, then test if true, then increment the counter. And then inside your curly braces, execute some code. So essentially, the for loop will initialize where the loop will start counting by adding a value to a variable, then evaluate a certain condition to test if the condition is either true or false. If the condition is false, the loop will stop running. Then increment the value by 1 each time we loop through. So if we want to have our for loop spit out the numbers 0 through 20, we could code the following. For a is equal to 0, so we initialize the counter, then a less than or equal to 20, so we'll test if this is true. So if a is less than or equal to 20, then increment the counter, and then echo the number, or the text number, and then the variable a, and then a break tag. So if coded correctly, this should echo the numbers 0 through 20 on your screen and stop at 20. So if we look at the final example, that's exactly the case. So let's jump into our code editor so that we can achieve this ourselves. All right, so here in practice.php, I've pre-filled the constants, custom variables, and I've echoed the titles here, the lesson number here, and down here I've echoed the date and the my name variable. Go ahead and do that yourself. And then once you're done, let's jump into the sandbox. All right, so here in our sandbox, let's code our for loop skeleton. Very simple. Here it is. And so the first argument in the for loop is to initialize the counter. So let's add a variable. Let's call it a, and let's say it is equal to 0. So we'll initialize the variable at 0. That's where it's going to start. Semicolon. The next argument is the condition to test if true. So let's say a is less than or equal to 20. So this is going to check to see if a is less than or equal to 20. Then the third argument is to increment that counter. So then a plus plus. Now inside here, we're going to execute some code each time we loop through this for loop. So we're going to simply echo number, then the variable a, and a break tag. So we could break each loop on a new line. So save that and let's check it out in the practice.php. There it is. Super simple, super easy. So that's essentially how you use the for loop. And remember, the for loop is used when you know how many times you want to loop through something. So if you're counting a set of numbers, if you're incrementing or decrementing a set of numbers, you could change the where you want the variable to initialize, and you can change the condition to test. The number could be different right here. And so yeah, that's essentially the for loop. It's actually pretty simple once you get it going. The only thing confusing about it is just understanding the arguments here inside the parentheses. So really that's it. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called For Each Loop, and in this lecture we're going to continue again from where we left off in our previous lecture, which was the for loop, and before that was the while loop. And this one is the For Each loop, a very popular loop, and I think you will like it, so check it out. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 21 For Each loop. In your code editor, make sure to open up the final and practice.php files in your 21 for each loop folder in the course files folder. Practice.php is the sandbox you're going to use to build what is in final.php. Final.php, as usual, looks like this in our final example. So we have 3 statements. One is, I love the handlebar. Then I love the Salvador Dali. Then I love the Fu Manchu. I like this. We're revisiting the mustaches. So each of these things, we're using the for each loop to dynamically spit this text out. In order for you to understand this better, let's jump into our lecture. The for each loop. This loop is a very popular loop and is used extensively in database-driven websites. The purpose of a for each loop is to loop through each key value pair in an array. W3 Schools. Do you need a refresher on arrays? Head back to the arrays lectures to refresh your memory. But don't worry, when you head there, I've used the PHP GET request up here using a query string to make sure you head back to the for each loop lecture. All right. The syntax for the for each loop looks like so. For each array as value, and then we execute some code. Looks pretty simple. So basically here's what happens during each loop iteration. First, assign value of current array element to value. 2, value is echoed on the screen. 3, the array pointer then moves to the next element within the array. 4, repeat from the beginning until final array element. So let's use a real-world example of how to use a for each loop. So we need to create an array. So let's resurrect our array of mustaches. So mustaches, array, handlebar, Salvador Dali, and Fu Manchu. Then we're going to loop through the mustaches array. So for each mustaches as mustache. And then output each individual value. Echo, I love the mustache break tag. So mustache contains each individual value within the array because we said in our for each loop, loop through each array element in mustaches and assign each of those array elements the variable mustache. And then you can output each individual one as we loop through the array, and then it finishes at the end. So if coded correctly, this should echo the 3 mustaches in the array on your screen. And as we've seen already, it does, in fact. So why don't we jump into our code editor so that we can see how to do this ourselves. So at this point, I thought you might be bored with doing all the constants and the variables that we're using in every single one of these examples, like the echoing the title and the lesson number, so on and so forth. So I've provided that for you in this practice.php file, so you don't have to waste your time doing it. Obviously, you need to change your custom variables. The only one really you need to change is the myname variable. Lesson number should be good to go. All right, let's just jump into our sandbox. So let's start off with our mustaches array. And let's add some array elements. Handlebar will be the first one. And then we're going to add the Salvador Dali. After that, we will add the Fu Manchu. So there's our mustaches array. After that, we're going to use the for each loop to loop through each of these array elements. So for each mustaches as mustache. And then we can simply output I love the mustache break. So that's going to say I love the and whatever mustache we are in the array. So check it out in the practice.php file. There it is. I love the handlebar, I love the Salvador Dali, and I love the Fu Manchu. As I said before, the for each loop is incredibly powerful. It's very simple, but it's powerful because you can loop through any type of array. You can loop through multi-dimensional arrays, associative arrays, all that sort of stuff. And it's used heavily in database-driven websites. But here is the basic bare bones version of how you would use a for each loop. Hopefully that helped. See you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Do While Loop, and in this lecture we're going to wrap up our section on loops and continue from where we left off in our previous lecture, which was the for each loop. So hang in there and let's learn a little bit about the Do While Loop. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 22 Do While Loop. In your code editor, make sure to open the final and practice.php files in the Do While Loop folder. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, practice.php is the sandbox which we're going to be using to build what is in final.php. Final.php, it looks like this. Final example, do while loop. So we have the number 1 through 10, and we're using the do while loop to achieve this result. Why don't we learn a little bit about the do while loop before we jump into our code editor? All right. The do while loop is a bit like the while loop, but there's one major difference. The while loop will only start if the condition is true, whereas the do while loop will always execute the first time and then evaluate whether the condition is true afterwards. Here's what the syntax looks like. Do, execute some code, and then after the second or the closing curly bracket, while, and then in parentheses, a condition to be met, and with a semicolon. So let's look at a real example. So let's set a variable. We're going to say I is equal to 1. Do, echo the number, and then the variable I with a break tag afterwards to separate the loop on a new line every time, and then increment the I variable by 1 every time you loop. Then evaluate this condition. Repeat the loop if true. While I is less than or equal to 10. So if coded correctly, this should echo the numbers 1 to 10 on your screen. So let's check it out. There it is, 1 through 10. So why don't we jump into the code editor to see what this is actually like hands-on. All right, so in our practice.php file, we have our constants and custom variables that have been auto-populated for you. Make sure to change the myname variable to your name. And now let's jump into the sandbox. Start off by adding a variable called I and give it the value of the integer 1. After that, let's code our do while loop skeleton. So do, opening and closing curly brackets, and then while, and then we'll have our condition to be met in here, semicolon. You can also space this out like this if you like, but I think it looks a little better like this. Okay. In the opening, closing curly brackets, let's echo some text, number, and then the variable I, and then an HTML break tag to separate each on a new line. This should be number, not numer. And then after that, we need to increment the I variable by 1 every time. While I is less than or equal to 10. So what this is saying is the first time this loop is introduced to us, echo the number, the first number, and then increment the variable by 1. And then while I is less than or equal to 10, keep on looping. So the first one gets executed, and then on the second time through, we check through the while part of this do while loop to see if the condition is true. If so, keep looping. If not, stop. Let's check it out in our practice.php. There it is, number 1 through 10, using the do while loop. That was a short but sweet little lecture, but hopefully that was useful to you, and I will see you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Intro to PHP Functions, and in this video, we're in a whole new section now. We've left behind our section on PHP loops, and now we're actually going to get started with some introductory level function tutorials. So let's jump right in. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 23 functions. In your code editor, make sure to open the final and practice.php files in the 23 functions folder. Practice.php is the sandbox that we're going to use to build what is in final.php. Final.php looks like this. Here in our final example, we are using 4 built-in PHP functions: sort, rsort, string to lower, and SHA1. And we're going to be experimenting with those in our sandbox. So why don't we jump into our lecture to learn a little bit more about PHP functions. So if you've made it this far, congratulations are in order. We've covered a lot of ground, and our PHP coding skills are becoming much more refined and skillful. I'm going to go ahead and say that functions are the meat and potatoes, or beans and rice if you're vegetarian, of most programming languages. They are fundamental when cooking a tasty PHP dinner. Cheesy. In PHP, there is a massive library, over 1,000, of baked-in functions, pun totally intended, that do everything from printing text on your screen to adding information to a database, and a lot more. It's good to know that there are two types of PHP functions: built-in PHP functions and custom functions. You can write your own custom PHP functions. Pretty cool. So remember echo and print? Those little guys are functions. A few important facts about functions. A function is a block of statements that can be used repeatedly in a program. Also, a function will not execute immediately when a page loads. Rather, it just kind of sits there waiting for you to call it, which brings me to the last point. A function will be executed by a call to the function, and that is a reference to W3 schools. So let's take a look at the basic syntax of a function. So here we have the word function, and then a space, and then a function name followed by an opening and closing parentheses, and then your opening and closing curly braces. Inside the curly braces, you execute some code, or you put your code within the function. So please note that a function name can start with a letter or underscore, not a number. And here's a hot tip. You can name the function whatever you wish. Just try and have it reflect what the function actually does. So if you're calling a PHP function that reorders your array in alphabetical order, don't have the function be called awesome sauce. You know what I mean? Hopefully that made sense. Okay, so let's just look a little bit into PHP sort function. So this function allows us to sort an array in alphabetical order. First, let's create an array. So here we have dinner, and we have an array, and we have our meat, potatoes, beans, and rice, all in one dinner array. So then let's run our array through the sort function. So we have our array here in our variable, and then add the array as a parameter to the sort function, like this: sort dinner. Now all we have to do is echo our array on the screen using a for each loop, which we've covered, like so. So we have a for each loop, dinner as ingredient, and then echo ingredient, and then break onto a new line. So if we coded it correctly, the above will echo the array in alphabetical order, like so: beans, meat, potatoes, and rice. If you're looking to sort your array in reverse order, you can use the PHP rsort for reverse sort function. Feel free to read more about the sort function and other sorting functions using the following links. We won't be covering all of the built-in PHP functions in this course because that would take an incredibly long time. Besides, it's fun to be in a situation where you're programming and then you think, hey, I wonder if there's a PHP function that will do this for me. This is why I'll leave you with the curiosity to experiment. Google is your best friend, and you may also refer to this directory right here. So let's jump into our code editor. Make sure to change the my name variable to your name. Everything else should be set up and good to go for you. Now let's go down to our sandbox. And why don't we start with the sort function? So let's create an array, call it dinner. And in our array, we're going to have a few items. One's going to be meat. And actually, you know what? You can put whatever items you want in here. You can have the same as mine, or you can put your favorite dinner items or ingredients in here, and as many as you want, as long as you put them in a string and separate them by comma. And then you can sort them. Pretty cool. So potatoes, beans, and then rice. Cool. So then what we want to do is add the array as a parameter to the sort function. So sort, it's a built-in PHP function, but we need to put the variable as a parameter right here in the sort function. Last but not least, we need to echo the sorted array. And we know how to echo an array on the screen. We use a for each loop. So for each dinner, so for each item in the dinner array, store it in an ingredient variable, and then echo ingredient, and then break. So I put that in strings here because I wanted to put the break tag at the end. You could also do it differently by concatenating it at the end, but I just put it all in strings because it should work as long as you put it in double quotation marks. Good. So why don't we check it out in the practice.php file. There it is. So sort beans, meat, potatoes, and rice. If you use different ingredients, then you'll see that they will have sorted in alphabetical order. Otherwise, this is correct and in alphabetical order. So why don't we go down to our sort here in our sandbox. Now, we don't actually need to write out the dinner variable again here because we've already done it up here. In fact, we could have put the dinner variable way up at the top of the page and above all of the HTML, but for our example, I just put it here. So because we already wrote out our dinner array, we don't actually need to rewrite it. So all we need to do is our sort, our array, which is dinner. And then after that, print or echo the sorted array using for each loop. So dinner as ingredient, and then echo ingredient, and then a break tag. So let's give that a look in our sort. Rice, potatoes, meat, and beans. Perfect. Let's go to string to lower. So string to lower basically takes all of your text in a variable or whatever, and it makes everything lowercase. Takes all the capital letters and just puts them all lowercase. Useful if you're wanting to do things like if you're logging in and a username is case sensitive and somebody had their caps lock button on and they typed in their username in all caps. You can use string to lower to filter that username and make sure it's lowercase so they don't have to retype their username. So why don't we just do an example here? Let's say text, and let's say twinkle. Notice I'm using caps in some of these cases. Twinkle little star, all caps right there at the end, just shaking it up. So let's run the text variable through the string to lower function and then reassign the value to the text variable. So here we have text again, and we're going to run the original variable, string to lower, and then we're going to put text as a parameter here. Running it through that function, and then echo text. Let's see what we get. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, all lowercase. Perfect. So now let's go down to SHA-1. Now what is SHA-1, you may ask? Well, basically SHA-1 calculates the SHA-1 hash of a string. It's kind of vague, but basically what it does is it returns a value of a 40-character hexadecimal number. So SHA-1 is kind of a way of how you encrypt a string of text, or say a password, for example. It's not the most secure, and there are much more secure methods of using encryption for passwords, but SHA-1 is a very simple PHP function that basically encrypts your password into a 40-character hexadecimal value. So why don't we just try this back in our code editor. So we're going to say password is equal to my password, just like that. Let's say that's what your password was. Your password is terrible. Echo before password and then a break tag. So this is just going to let us tell us what our current password is. Now, keep in mind, SHA-1 doesn't change your password. It just encrypts it so you can't easily tell what your password is. So if someone were to try and they hacked into the database and they saw your database table that said username password, they saw your username was Jon Snow and then your password was White Walker, then there you go. They know they can use your username password combination. However, if they logged in and saw your username was Jon Snow, password was a bunch of random characters, they can't log in with that. If they copied that those 40 characters, pasted it in the password field, tried logging in, no dice, it's not going to work, because usually what happens is when you log in, you type in your password in the password field, hit submit, PHP then encrypts that password, checks it against the database to see if it matches the encrypted password, and then logs you in if it's correct. So basically, if you just saw the 40 character value, the SHA-1 version, and copied and pasted it in your password field, it's not going to do anything, because then it's going to try and encrypt that. So it's double encrypting it, and it's not going to work. So basically, they'd need to know how to reverse the SHA-1 encryption. And there are ways of doing that. There are some pretty smart hackers out there. But here's just a very simple introduction to password encryption using SHA-1. Okay, so let's go password again. And then we're going to say equals SHA-1. And then in here, run password as a parameter of SHA-1. And then echo after, and then password. So save that and let's check it out. Here we go. Before, my password. After, 40 characters of randomness. And that is your encrypted password. So this is what it would store in the database, theoretically. And this is what you'd log in with. So when you log in, type this in. And then the input in the back end, PHP would encrypt it using SHA-1, test it against the database to see if it matches, and then you're good to go. So basically, there are just 4 simple examples of PHP functions, built-in functions, and hopefully that was helpful. In the next video, we're going to be playing around with some custom functions. So we're going to build our own custom PHP functions. Pretty cool. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Custom Functions, and in this video we're going to continue from where we left off in our previous lecture, which was Intro to PHP Functions, where we learned a little bit about the built-in PHP functions, and now we're going to learn how to actually create our own custom PHP functions. Pretty cool. See you in there. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 24 custom functions. In your code editor, make sure to open the final and practice.php files in your 24 custom functions folder. Practice.php is the file we're going to use to create what is in final.php. Final.php looks a little bit something like this. Final example, we have some text here that says surf's up, grab your board, and we're using a PHP custom function to give us that text. And I'll reveal how to do that after we cover our lecture. So let's jump right in. While PHP has a massive library of built-in functions you have at your disposal, sometimes you just need to build your own functions for both small and large tasks. Think of a custom function as a mini program that performs an action for you. Better yet, think of a custom function as a cute little robot that does a specific task you tell it to do. So let's look at the basic syntax of a custom function. So in our PHP script, you need to type the word function and then name your function using however you want, whatever you want to name it. Keep in mind that this can be whatever words you want them to be, but there are no spaces allowed. I like using camel case, as you can see here, the capital C and capital F, lowercase first word here, just because it's easier to read and it's a pretty common programming convention. After that, you put your opening and closing parentheses in case you want to send an argument through that function, which I'll cover in the next lecture. And then you have your opening and closing curly brackets, or curly braces, as some call it. And in between those curly brackets is where you define what your function will perform. So there are 2 important things to know about functions. There are functions that require arguments, as I just mentioned, and there are functions that don't require arguments. So let's start by building a custom function that does not require an argument. So here we have our PHP script. Let's start by building a function. So I'm going to type the word function here, and then I'm going to call this function hang10. In the curly brackets, I'm echoing the text surf's up, grab your board. After the closing curly bracket, I'm calling the function by typing the function name, followed by its opening and closing curly opening and closing parentheses, and then a semicolon. Note that you can call the function essentially anywhere in your page. It doesn't have to be directly after it, because usually what you do is you build your function or a list of functions, say in a separate PHP file, and you include that file in a specific page. And when you need a specific function, all you need to do is just call the function by just typing the function's name. So it keeps your page really clean, and you can use and recycle that function over and over and over again all throughout your site and throughout your program, because you have your function pre-built somewhere else, whether it's at the top of your page or whether it's in a separate script altogether. And then you can just call the function. It's really simple. So why don't we jump into our code editor and build our own custom function. All right, here we are in practice.php. Make sure to change the my name variable to your name so it reflects your name properly. You don't have to. If you want to keep my name, that's cool. And let's just jump down in our sandbox in between our PHP script. Let's start by writing the word function. And let's call this function hang10. Parentheses, opening and closing, and then your opening and closing curly brackets. Inside there, let's just echo a simple string of text. Surf's up. Grab your board. All right, so instead of just me calling the function like this, which I'll show you what it looks like. So here's the practice.php page, and you could see the text is here, surf's up, grab your board, but there isn't really much use in me just writing out a function and then calling the function like this, because I could have just typed the text out and skipped the function altogether. So how would we actually use this custom function that it makes sense? Well, here, let me give you let's try like a little simple example of how this could be used. So let's create a variable. Let's call it surf is up, and let's set that to true. So the variable surf is up is equal to true. Now let's use our nifty if statement. If surf is up, so if the surf is up, true, then we're going to hang 10. Pretty cool. And then after that, else, let's remove this last hang 10 function call, echo, bummer, brah. So here we got our function up here. I could have included this function, say if I used a PHP include up here and I said include functions.php, and I had my function, my hang10 function in that separate file. It'd be the same as if it was right here, just keeps it clean. And after that, I have a variable. It's checking to see if surf is up. If it's true, then we're going to use our if statement to test to see if surf is up. If it is, then we're going to hang 10. Else, we're going to echo bummer, brah. So basically, this variable could be dynamic if you had a script built where you were checking to see if the surf was up, and the variable could change from true to false. And then based on our if statement and what the value is of surf is up, you'd get a different result. So let's say surf is up was actually false. Let's check it out. Bummer, brah. But if it's true, check it out. Surf's up, grab your board. So there it is. That's just a really simple example of a custom PHP function. You could literally do anything inside your custom function. I'm just doing a simple echo text, but you could do if statements, you could do math, you could do literally anything. The sky's the limit, and you can make your functions really incredible. And one thing of making your custom functions a bit more powerful is using arguments, and that's what we're going to touch on in the next lecture. So I'll see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Simple Arguments, and in this video we're going to continue from where we left off in our previous lecture, which was custom functions. And in this video we're going to learn a little bit more about PHP arguments within our functions. So hang in there and let's do this. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 25 simple arguments. In your code editor, make sure to open the final and practice.php files in the 25 simple arguments folder. Practice.php is the sandbox we're going to use to build what is in final.php. Final.php looks like this. We have an example here where we're using one argument and an example where we're using two arguments. Obviously, you can't see that on the front end of our web page here, but PHP is doing that in the background. So why don't we jump into our lecture and learn a little bit about our PHP arguments. Functions can be incredibly powerful because you can program them to do almost anything you want them to. One important step in making your functions even smarter is to use arguments within your function. Not the type of argument where you and a friend are bickering about a disagreement or something like that. I'm talking about arguments within functions, two very different things. Think of an argument like a variable. Your program can pass extra information to your functions using arguments. You specify your arguments within the parentheses after your function name, and you can have as many as you want as long as they're comma separated. So let's take a look at an example of a function with a single argument. So here we have our PHP script. What we're doing in the above example right here is we're passing an argument to the hang10 function. You can see it right here. It looks like a variable. It has the $sign and then a name. So this is an argument. Later in our script, we call our function several times with a string of text within each parentheses. So here we have hang10, Hawaii, hang10, California, hang10, Newfoundland. And each time we call our function with a new argument value, that value will display on the screen along with the text we provided in our function here. So in our function, we're saying echo, we are surfing in. So this is going to stay static each time we call our function. But what's going to change is the variable right here, which is the argument within our hang10 function. So it's going to look like this. We're surfing in Hawaii, we're surfing in California, and we're surfing in Newfoundland. So let's look at an example with two arguments. So in our PHP script here, all we did was add another argument separated by comma. Then, when we called our multiply together function later in the script, we provided two values to take the place of our val1 and val2 arguments. Within our multiply together function, we have a variable and we're multiplying val1 and val2 together, storing it in the product variable. Then we're echoing this text. The product of the two numbers is, and then we're spitting out the product variable, which is actually the product of val1 and val2 multiplied together. So when we call multiply together, we can choose which numbers we want them to multiply together by providing the two values of the arguments. So the result in this case, 378. This is dynamic. So why don't we jump into our code editor and see what we can do. Here we are in practice.php. Make sure to change your name in the custom variable. And let's jump into our one argument PHP script. Start by building a function. And let's call it hang10. And in here, we're going to add our argument, and that's going to be location. And down here, let's echo some text. We're surfing in, and then location. Put a break tag after that. Maybe an exclamation point too to make it exciting. There we go. So that is our function with our argument. Very simple. Now all we need to do is call our function right here. You can see that Coda2 already knows that there's an argument that I need to fill in here. So you could see when I'm typing hang10, it pulls it up as a function that has been initiated within my script. Pretty cool. It helps me code faster. And so if you're not using Coda2, I strongly suggest you try it out because it speeds your coding up quite a bit. You can find it in my resources section on my website at bradhussey.ca/resources. But anyway, you can see here hang10 and location. So I need to fill in that value for that argument. It's asking me, what do you want to put here? So I'm going to say Hawaii. And then I'm just going to copy and paste that 2 more times and change the value of this argument a couple more times. California, good surf spot, and Newfoundland, a very underrated surf spot. Very cold. Okay. And so let's save that and check it out in our practice.php webpage. Here it is. One argument. We're surfing in Hawaii, California, and Newfoundland. So there we go. That is a simple example of how to use one argument. Let's jump in and try out 2 arguments. So we're going to start by building our custom function, and we're going to call it multiply together. And then in here, we're going to add 2 arguments, val1, comma separated, val2. And then we're going to, inside the function, say store the product of val1 and val2 in the variable called product. So that will multiply these 2 values together in a variable called product. And down below that, we're going to echo some text and say the product of the 2 numbers is, and then product. And there we go, close that up with a semicolon. And down here, we're going to call our function multiply together. You can see Coda is looking for 2 values here. So I'm going to say the first one is 14 and the second one is 27. You can have them be whatever numbers you want. If you're curious to see some crazy numbers multiplied together, totally up to you. PHP will do it all for you. Save that, check it out. The product of the 2 numbers is 378. Awesome. So there we go. There we have it. 2 good solid examples of how to use arguments within your custom functions. The sky's the limit here. Maybe you have some cool ideas. Feel free to try it out here in the sandbox. Totally up to you. And I will see you in the next lecture, where we're going to be finally jumping in to building an actual dynamic website with PHP, with everything we've learned. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Final Website, and in this video we're going to be running through the final PHP website that you're going to build using the skills and knowledge that you've learned throughout the entire course. So let's jump right in. In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 26 Final, and you'll see 2 folders in here, one called Instructor and one called Student. The Instructor folder is the final site. This is the fully built site that I'm going to be using as the example and that you can use for reference throughout the development of your version of the site. And the Student folder is just an empty folder that has one folder within it with a set of images, so you don't have to worry about exporting those, because that's not really what this course is about. So in the Instructor folder, if you open index.php in your browser, then you'll be able to see the final site, and this is what it looks like. Here it is, Franklin's Fine Dining, a site that I designed and coded myself. So it's a very simple site, and it's not the most out of this world design or anything like that, but it covers all the essentials that we've been learning throughout our PHP course. And believe it or not, this site is fully dynamic using PHP and utilizes all of the essentials that you're going to use for your future dynamic websites, such as global headers, footers, dynamic hours, query strings to pull up a template and then populate it with an array of info. So we'll get into all that, but I'll show you what the site looks like. So here's the home page. We just have some static text. But what's special about this is we have a global header, which means we only have to code the header once, and it displays across all of the pages, no matter how many pages you create. And the benefit of that is, say you have 30 pages on your website, and you need to make a change to the header in the nav bar, say for example, then you don't want to have to change that 30 times. Whereas if you use a global PHP header, you change it once and it's global across the entire site. Saves a lot of time, and it's something that you should be really excited about. And in the footer here, we have some basic information, but what's special about this is we're using a PHP plugin that somebody has already developed to see if we're open today or we're closed today. So you could see, for example, for me, it is 10 in the morning on a Tuesday. So our restaurant isn't open until 1 p.m., so it says we're closed. Today's hours are 1 to 9. So I'll show you how to do that a little bit later. We have our team page where we have our team members, and we have 3 of them here, and their information is being pulled in dynamically with PHP. We have a menu page where we have 4 simple items here, and each of these items is a link which opens up a template called dish.php. So I've only coded one dish.php template, but it's populating, based on the link we're clicking, the info for each of the respective items in the menu. So club sandwich pulls up dish.php, and it's looking for club sandwich, and it pulls the info for club sandwich, a suggested beverage, the suggested tip, the price, and the title. And you can go back to the menu, click on a different one, and it pulls up that info. So something really neat about PHP using templates. And then we have the contact page. Something that a lot of people have been requesting is how to create a contact form that actually submits an email. So here we have your name, your email, and a message, and then a checkbox to subscribe to a newsletter, and then send a message. And that's what that does. It sends an email to the recipient here that is defined in our PHP, and they should receive an email in their inbox. So why don't we jump right in? Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. And before we move on, I have a quick favor to ask you. I've dedicated thousands of hours to creating great content for my students, and the reason I can reach so many people at this point is because of people like you. This course alone has taken me months to create, and I'm not asking you to pay anything for it. All I ask of you is one little thing. If you're checking out my course from YouTube, I would love if you could share this course with your friends, family, and work colleagues. And if you're checking this course out from Udemy, I would especially appreciate if you could give me a quick rating and review. Using the star rating and the review box, you can leave me an honest review, and you can always change it later should you have a different opinion by the end of the course. You're awesome. See you in the next video. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Code a Basic Web Page Layout, and in this video we're going to do exactly that and just start coding some simple HTML, and then further on down the road in some upcoming lectures we're going to be splitting the HTML out into separate PHP chunks, and we'll get into that a little later, but why don't we jump right in? In your Code Dynamic Websites course files folder, we are in 26 Final, and we're going to be working with the student folder. So in our code editor, let's start off by opening the 26 Final folder, and make sure you have the student file, the student folder open, because that's what we're going to use to create our final site. I have the instructor folder here for reference, and feel free to use that as we're going through, just to make sure you have everything working. But for now, we're not actually going to be mimicking what's in the instructor folder, because we're going to just start with some basic HTML. So first things first, in the student folder, create a new file and call it index.php. That is our first PHP page. And let's work with that and code a basic HTML skeleton. So first we have the HTML5 doc type, and then the next part is the HTML tags. Within the HTML tags, we have head tags. After the head tag, we have a body tag where we put our HTML. And then in the head tag, remember to put the title. And then we're going to be linking our style sheet. So I've already done all the styles. This isn't really a course about CSS, so we're just going to link that up. So use the link tag here. href. We're going to be referencing the assets folder in the root of the course files folder. So that is /assets styles.css and then rel style sheet. All right, that'll tell our HTML to look for that style sheet. All right, and next up we are going to add a couple more tags and some IDs and classes so that we can start working with those a little later. So let's give the body the ID of final-example. That's so the CSS can style our web page. Inside the body tag, let's add a div. Give it the class of wrapper. I like ending the div with a comment just to let myself know where that div ends. inside the wrapper, we're going to have a div with the ID of banner. And I'm going to close that here with a comment. After that, we have a div, and we're going to give that the ID of nav. And then after nav, we have another div. Let's give it the class of content. All right, and then within content, let's add at the end here a div and give it the ID of footer. We're going to add a class to this called CF, and basically we're just adding this because in the styles I have a class called CF, which stands for clearfix, because we need to access the clearfix class in the CSS in order to clear the footer ID div, because we have a couple elements in here that will be floating. And like I mentioned, this isn't really a course about how to design or style a website using CSS. I have some courses for that. This is mainly about PHP, so I'm just going to add the skeleton here with all of the predefined IDs and classes, and that's going to be referenced in the styles.css file in the assets folder. If you want to check that out and just see what I've coded in the CSS folder, totally up to you. You can go in there and check it out and see what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. You could even feel free to change it up and make the site look a little bit more like your own. So let's continue. Inside the footer, we have a div. We're going to give it the class of column because we have a CSS class called column where we are going to be floating some divs within the footer. And we're going to say 3 because this is a 3-column footer. And I'm going to copy that and paste it 2 more times. But on the last one, we're actually going to give it an additional class called last, because in the CSS, I'm using the CSS class of last to remove the margin. Feel free to check that out if you want to know more about it. All right. In the column here, the first one, we're going to add a strong tag, and then we're just going to put the text phone, and then 808-529-3819. This is just a totally fake number, or maybe not. I bet you if you called that number, it would probably call somebody's house or a business in Hawaii. But I don't know. You could do whatever phone number you want. I just picked that up at random. All right, in the second column, let's add another strong tag, the text of location, 123 Kapiolani Boulevard, break tag, Honolulu, Hawaii. What are the chances that this number actually goes to 123 Kapiolani Boulevard in Honolulu? Probably very slim. All right, and then the last one, we're going to add a little bit more text here. So let's give some space, a strong tag, and let's say hours. M tag for emphasis. Tuesday to Thursday. Break tag, 1 o'clock p.m. to 9 o'clock p.m. 2 break tags just to give a little more space. And why don't we just copy this so we don't have to code all the same markup again. And let's say Friday to Saturday. We have 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. And then paste one more time. And let's say Sunday, Monday. And let's just say it's closed. And only 1 break tag at the end. Well, let's leave 2. Okay. And all right, so after our footer, let's add a small tag. And let's say copyright. That's the copyright HTML entity 2014. We're going to make it static right now because later we'll make it dynamic with PHP. Brad Hussey. You can add something else a little later. We're going to use PHP to dynamically add that. All right, and then after the wrapper, let's go div. And let's give it the class of copyright info. Close that up here. And in here, we're actually going to, let's just add a little bit of PHP right now. PHP include. This is the PHP include function. And we're going to include something in the assets folder, and then the includes folder within the assets, and a page called copyright.php. It's something that I created so that it has my copyright information at the bottom, just so people know that this is the course that I created, so they don't try and steal my stuff. All right, so .. / we're going up a folder, assets, includes, and copyright.php. All right, so if we save this and we check the index.php file out in our browser, let's see what it looks like. All right, so we have something here. We're kind of missing a few things like the logo and everything like that, but we have some stuff. So why don't we just clean up that header just a little bit. All right, so back up here in the banner, let's add a logo. So a href, and we're going to just link that back to the root folder and say title, return to home. All right, and then an image tag, the source will be image folder that we have in our student folder here, and then banner.png, and then let's add some alt text. Franklin's Fine Dining. Save that, and you should have that now in your page. There we go, there's the banner. So now we're just missing the navigation bar. So let's add the navigation bar. All right, here in our nav, let's add an unordered list, and then li tag. In the li tag, let's put an a tag. All right, in here, let's start with home, and let's give that the index.php file. Copy this, and we're going to paste it 3 more times, and we're just going to change the info. So we have team, then we have menu, and contact. Let's change the pages. Although we don't have them yet, we will change them now so we don't have to later. Menu, and then contact. Now keep in mind, right now this is static. We're actually going to be using PHP array and loop through our array to dynamically generate our list items. But for now, this is what we're going to do. Let's check that out and see what it looks like. All right, here we go. So now we have a good basic layout. These don't go anywhere right now. In fact, if you click them, the site will break. And everything is static. This is a fully static HTML page, except for this part down here. But other than that, we have a static HTML page, and that is our basic web page layout. And in the next lecture and the following ones after that, we're going to be picking this thing apart and creating a dynamic version of this. So I'll see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Templating a Global Header and Footer, and in this video we're going to be taking our static HTML web page that we just coded up in the previous lecture and taking the header and the footer out and splitting them into their own global header and footer PHP files so that we can use them globally across our website, no matter how large our website grows, so that we don't have to keep editing the header and the footer if we make changes on any of those pages. So let's jump right in. All right, so here in our code editor, in our student folder, we last left off with our index.php file, and it had everything in our basic web page layout. So from the doc type, we had our HTML all the way down to our footer, and we closed up the HTML tag. This is just a static index.php file, but we want to utilize our skills in PHP and try and take advantage of what PHP can offer us to make our website more dynamic and easier to maintain. So we're going to be splitting out the header and the footer. And I don't just mean the head tag or, if we had a div with the ID of header or the div with the ID of footer. I mean the header and footer PHP files are going to be templates. And they can be any section of the PHP file here that we want, any section of the HTML. And we're basically going to be taking everything from line 1, so doc type, all the way down to the opening content tag. We're going to take that, remove it from index.php, and paste it in a separate header.php template. So why don't we just do that? So let's take this out, cut that, just go Command X for cut. If you're using a Mac, I'm not sure what it is on PC, but you can also go Edit Cut. So that copies it to your clipboard and removes it from the file. And in your student folder, add a new folder and call it includes. In the includes folder, add a new file and call it header.php. Open up your header.php file and paste what you just cut from the index.php file. So here we have our header. So save that, and back in your index.php file, you'll see that you no longer have a header section. And now what we're actually going to do is create a new file in our includes and call it footer.php. All right, and in our footer.php, we're basically going to take everything else that was in the index.php file. So all of this, cut that, and now we have nothing left in our index.php file. It's kind of funny. We did all that work in index.php, now it's all gone. But it's actually good because now, if you paste the contents of your clipboard into footer.php, we now have a header.php and a footer.php with the content that was once in index.php. And we're actually going to utilize a little bit more includes here and templates within the header and footer while we are doing this lecture. So let's go back to header. Now remember when I said that the nav is static, but we're actually going to be using PHP to make it a little bit more dynamic. Well, why don't we just do that right now while we're in here in our header.php. Create a new file in includes, call it nav.php. Cut all of the list items out of here and replace inside the unordered list a PHP tag or script and say includes/nav.php. So we're going to be including nav.php. So basically this is just going to pull this template right here in our HTML. So in our header.php, we're going to grab what is in includes and nav.php. Currently nav.php doesn't have anything in it, but it will. Now just a quick note, you might be wondering, why am I saying look for the includes folder and then nav, rather than just saying nav.php, because header.php is in the includes folder. So shouldn't you just say include php include nav.php because it's literally in the same folder? Well, not necessarily, because what we're actually going to do in a little bit here is in the index file include the header.php template, and index is in the root of our final website folder, which means header will therefore be in the root. So that means this include script here, we need to dive into the includes folder because we are now going to be in the root of the folder. Hopefully that makes sense. So open up your nav.php file. It should be empty, but let's just paste our HTML for now. We actually won't be using this HTML at all, but I want to use it for reference so we don't have to go back and forth. Let's start by adding an unordered list, and that just reminds me that we actually need to remove the unordered list in our header.php and actually just have the PHP include script inside the nav div. Just that. Because we're going to use the UL in the include nav.php file. So let's go back. All right, and in our unordered list, let's just paste these bad boys, the list items, in our unordered list. So technically now, in our header.php file, we're pulling the nav.php list items right here in our nav tag, and it should have all of these list items that we just pasted in here. So why don't we see what everything looks like so far? But before we do, we need to go back to our index.php file because there's nothing in it. If we were to navigate to index.php right now, nothing would show up because there's nothing in the index folder. We've done a lot of work over here in the header, footer, and nav.php, but we're not calling it at all. We're not asking PHP to pull that info in. So let's do that. All you need to do is add a PHP script here in your index.php file and add an include to look for header.php. And then at the bottom, we're actually going to do the same thing. So I'm going to paste a separate instance of this PHP script because we're actually going to have some HTML in between the two right here. So let's replace this with footer.php. Now save this, open up your index file. You'll see it hasn't changed on the front side of it, but that's a good thing because we actually have our header and our footer showing up right here in the index.php file, but now we're using templates. If you were to look at the source code, it should basically look identical to the original index.php file because the browser doesn't interpret PHP as the PHP that you see in your code editor. It actually spits it out as HTML. So here's your index.php file, all in one nice formatted file. And that's how the browser sees it. That's why you see this. So let's take this a step further, and we're going to make our nav a little bit more dynamic using PHP to make it a little bit easier to maintain your site in the future. So we're actually going to add another file to our includes folder. And let's call it arrays.php. And in there is where we're going to add a bunch of PHP arrays throughout the development of our final site. So go ahead and open up your arrays.php file. Start it off with a PHP script. And let's start by adding some navigation menu items using an array. So nav menu items. Let's call this nav items. And array. And within the array, let's add another array, or a series of arrays is what we're actually going to be doing. And let's add slug. And then this will be called index.php will be the slug. And then title will be home. So the key and the value pair. And let's copy and paste this 3 more times. And just change the values. So this will be team.php. This will be team. And then menu.php, menu. And then contact.php. And the title will be contact. Save that in our arrays.php. Now in our nav.php file, we're just going to use a simple PHP for each loop. So PHP and for each nav items as item echo, and here we will add some HTML. And then ahref. We're going to need to use some backslashes here to escape these double quotes. If you remember in a previous lecture, item, slug is what we're looking for. So that will give us the slug, meaning the file name, so index.php, team.php, so on and so forth, and then item title. And that should give us, basically, it's going to loop through our nav items and give us the slug and the title of each of the elements in our nav items array. And that should spit out our list items. But we won't actually get to see our list items because we're not pulling in our arrays folder. There's no way that, the nav.php file can know what is in the arrays.php because there's no reference on our in our website yet. So here at the top of our header.php, this is a really great place to put some PHP you want to load first thing. So PHP script. Let's add an include folder or include function and say includes arrays.php, and that should be all you need to do. So why don't we check it out now in our browser. So there they are. The home team menu and contact. Looks like it did before, but now it's actually being pulled in via a PHP array. And now all you technically need to do in your arrays file is just add another array or another series of arrays with a slug and a title if you wanted to add more pages. Okay, so let's just make sure we have everything here. We have our dynamic header and our dynamic footer. And I believe that we should be good to go. So that is the header and the footer templates. We threw in some arrays.php and a nav.php, so we actually kind of jumped right in here and got our hands really dirty with some PHP templating. Hopefully that made sense. Feel free to rewind and start the whole lecture over again, or just go to the specific parts that you need to learn again. And I'll see you in the next lecture where we're going to be diving even deeper into this PHP awesomeness. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Dynamic Copyright and Hours of Operation. And in this video, we're going to go through and add the copyright information to the bottom of our footer, but it's going to be dynamic. So it's going to know the current year, so it's always up to date. And the hours of operation, we're going to install a PHP plugin that will determine if our store is open or closed. So let's jump right in. All right, so in your code editor, make sure you open the footer.php file in your includes folder within the student folder. In your footer.php file, this is where we added all of the footer information. So the phone number, the location, our hours of operation, and the copyright information, plus the closing body and HTML tags. Currently, this is all static, so we're not actually using utilizing PHP to make our footer a bit more dynamic, and so that's what we're going to do here. So let's start with the easiest part, which is making the date, copyright date, dynamic. So all you really need to do here, we've done this a whole bunch throughout the entire course, so you might already know how to do this, and you've already done it, but this is how you do it. So let's remove the 2014 and PHP echo date, the date function, and then as a parameter you put Y, and that's going capital Y. That's going to give you the full year, so 2014. Currently it's 2014. All right, and here what we're going to do is we're going to do something a little bit more fun. And we're going to PHP echo a variable called company name. Now, I don't believe we actually have this variable created yet. So let's go to our header.php file, and up here at the very top in our PHP script, right above the include, let's add the variable company name, and the value of the company name variable will be Franklin's Fine Dining, because that is what this fictional restaurant is called. Save that, and then go back to your footer.php. And now this company name variable should actually be valid, and your footer will have a dynamic year and dynamic variable, which is the restaurant name. So let's check that out. All right, so copyright 2014, Franklin's Fine Dining. Perfect, so that's actually working. This is the current year. If you're from the future and you're looking at this and say 2015, then this will say 2015 if it's done correctly, and Franklin's Fine Dining is the variable. If you change the variable, obviously this will change. So let's move on and do something here with the hours of operation. So back in our code editor, what we're going to do is we're actually going to leave the hours here static because this is what it is. But the special part is we're going to install a PHP script or plugin that will determine if the store is open or closed based on the hours of operation that we set as parameters within the plugin. So the first thing you're going to need to do is go to a specific website URL. It's github.com/CoreyEtzkorn/PHP store hours. You'll see a page that looks like this. And all you need to do is click on download zip. And what that will do is download the zip file with all of these files in it. So the readme, index, and store hours. So I will open that folder up in my Finder. And it is a zip file. I'm going to unzip it. And here's the folder. All I really need is the store hours.php file, because the index is just the example. The readme is just if you want to go through it to see how you use it, which you totally can. And the store hours is the plugin itself. So take the store hours and drag it, if you're using a Mac, to your code editor and drop it in your includes folder. So store hours. I'll show you what it looks like. So here's the store hours plugin, and it has a bunch of PHP. And all we really need to edit is what it actually says here. From on line 9, there's a comment that says edit following section only. And then somewhere down here, it will say end editing. So you don't need to touch any of this stuff down here. In fact, it's not recommended. Everything here is what you can play with. But before we get into that, we need to do something. You need to go back to your footer.php file. And under the, let's say, the Sunday to Monday text here at the very bottom, I'm going to PHP include the includes folder store-hours.php. So that's going to call, PHP is going to call or include that file within this section right here. So it's actually going to take the contents of that PHP script and insert it right here. Now, the contents of the script, go back to store hours. It looks like there's a lot here, but it's actually going to spit out something very simple. So there's a lot of work that went into this just to show you one simple HTML line. So when I include this in my footer.php, include store hours, it's going to include the line that the store hours script will echo. But in order for that to echo the right line, we need to go in and configure our store hours plugin. So go back to store hours and let's start editing. Okay, so the first things first is you need to set your default time zone. And you can go to this URL right here, php.net/manual/en for English/timezones.php, and it will give you a list of all of the predefined time zones. And then you can choose your time zone. So for me, the closest time zone, or the time zone that PHP will let me use, is America/Edmonton. Okay, so I've set that. Now define the daily open hours. It must be in 24-hour format separated by a dash. If you're closed for the day, set to all zeros in this syntax. If open multiple times in one day, enter the time ranges separated by comma. If open late, for example, 6 p.m. to 1 a.m., add hours after midnight to the next day. For example, like this. Now, we won't be using too much of this. Our hours of operation are actually quite simple. But let's go ahead and start changing our hours array to work for us. Okay, so we have right here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Let's start with Monday. Now, let's take a quick look at our hours. Okay, so it looks like Sunday and Monday were closed. So, like it's set up in the description right here, if we're closed, we need to set to all zeros. So 00, colon 00, dash 00, colon 00. So we're closed on Monday. And we're also closed on Sunday. So let's just copy that and paste it down here in the Sunday array. Okay, now Tuesday. We are open from, I believe it was 1 until 9 p.m. Am I right? Yes. So Tuesday to Thursday, that's the case. So 24-hour format, 1 o'clock is 1300, and 9 would be 2100. And we don't need to separate by comma because there's only one time frame in the day that will be needing to be open. So now let's copy that and actually paste it all the way to Thursday. Now we change here on Friday from 4 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Am I right? Yes. So 4 o'clock is 1600 and 11 o'clock is 2300. Saturday is the same time. We're open Friday, Saturday the same time. And paste that, and there we should be good to go. Now, if you go down, here's an optional section you can add here. So optional, add exceptions for holidays and things like that. Works best with the format day/month. Leave array empty if there are no exceptions. So this would be if your store is closed, say Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, New Year's Day. You know, if you have specific days that your company or your store, restaurant, whatever it is, takes off, this is where you would add that. And we'll actually say 12/25 because that is Christmas Day. And then New Year's Day, let's be closed as well. And it's already set to 1/1, January 1st. Perfect. So that should be it for that. Now let's go down. And the last section here, we have the HTML output. This is the line that will show in the browser. So you can read the rest of this here to see what kind of syntax and everything you can use for this output. But this is what it looks like. So open now, the variable open now, this is the text it will show. Closed now, this is the text. Closed all day and exception. So this will spit out all of the appropriate text based on the hours of the day and the times of the year that you are open and closed. Time format. You don't necessarily need to change this, but if you want to, you can go to the PHP date function page to see the options that you want to list the time, if you want it to be specific about how you want the time to display. Down here is the day short code, and it's used up here. You could see %day %. This is how the days are used. So it's an array, Monday all the way through Sunday, and you could type out in the value of the array how you want the specific days to be displayed. So I would like them to display as Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, because this is what's going to show up here in our HTML output. And so really that's it. That's basically how that plugin works. So if I save that, and now let's go back to our example, refresh it, and you'll see some text pop up here. So sorry, we're closed. Today's hours are 1 until 9. Obviously, this looks disgusting because something is happening. If the HTML that's being spit out doesn't have the correct style, so we can go back and fix that pretty easily. One thing I forgot was here in the HTML output, I don't actually want level 3 headings. I want them to be strong tags, and I added a class to the CSS for open and closed text. So when it's open, it will be green. When we're closed, it will be red. So change all of your H3s to strong. I'm just going to go through and do that right now. H3 strong. Looks like this here didn't have a closing tag, so make sure to add that. Strong, strong, so strong, very strong. Cool. One last thing. Let's add some classes to the strong tag. So for open, we're going to add the class open, And be sure to use single quotation marks here because we are currently within double quotation marks and we don't want to cancel them out. So class open for the open, HTML output, class closed for the closed HTML output. Looks like that's all the rest of them. So add that to the strong tag, save that, now go back to your website. Here we go. So for me, it is a Wednesday at 12:45 p.m., which means we should be open from 1 to 9. So currently it says, sorry, we're closed. Today's hours are 1 until 9. When it is 1 o'clock until 9 today, for me, this will be green and will say, yes, we're open. Today's hours are 1 until 9. So that's how the PHP plugin works. And there are many PHP plugins out there, so if you don't want to build something yourself, sometimes it's too hard or it's out of your skill level, or you just don't want to reinvent the wheel and somebody's already done it really good. There's a lot of really good PHP developers out there, and there's a lot of open source plugins. That means they're free. People work on them all the time, so you can come up with really cool things like this without having to do too much work yourself if it's already been done really well. So that's what we did here. And hopefully that made sense. If not, you can go back and check out the lecture again. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next lecture. See you there. Hola, everybody. Welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Code a Team Member Array and Template. And basically what we're going to do in this video is create a PHP array with a few team members and their information within the array. And then we're going to code a PHP template that will pull the information out of that array and display each of the team members. All right, let's jump right in. All right, so in your code editor, first thing I want you to do is create a new file called team.php in your student folder. So in the root of your website. So new file, team.php. Make sure that's in your student folder. There we go. And open the team.php file. Nice and empty blank slate. Let's get started. So let's add a PHP script. Inside our PHP script. Oh my goodness gracious. There we go. Let's do a couple things. Let's include our header.php. Something we're going to want to do for every one of our templates if we keep creating templates on our web page or website, and something that you will commonly do in most, if not all, of your PHP websites. Because we have the header.php that has all of the important information, like the doc type and the opening and closing tags and everything like that. We need to include that in our templates. So in our team.php template, we need to make sure to include that. Something I want to also do that we haven't done yet is show you, consider this a little mini
Bonus lecture
within this lecture. Basically, I want to have the title of the web page be dynamic based on the page that we're on. And what I mean is the title of the web page, literally. So up here, you could just see in our browser tab, all it says is localhost 8888 and then the rest of the directory. I don't actually want that. I want it to be the title of the web page. And you can do that in the header.php by just adding your text here in the title tag. But then it's just static. Every time we include the header within our templates, the title will always be whatever we put in the title tag. So if I go to team, menu, contact, if I have more pages, if it's hard-coded in the title, then I'm always going to have the same title in the browser tab. But with PHP, we can make it dynamic. So check this out. What we're going to do is in our team.php page, above the include the header, because we want this to happen before we include the PHP header. We're going to define a constant. Remember that? Let me show you a good use of how to to use a constant in real practice. So define title, and this page is going to be called Team, and then pipe Franklin's Fine Dining. So this is going to be the constant called title. Now, all we need to do is go to our header and do this one time. So in our title, PHP, echo, title. That's it. So every template that we create after this, as long as we define the constant title and give it the name of that page, the title of the web page that you're on will always be the one that you're on because you defined it in a constant and the title is dynamic. So check this out. All right, so I just realized a couple things. The title tab up here, or the tab up here in the browser, it just says title. The reason why is because we're on the index file, index.php. We didn't define a constant, so it's going to be empty and just echo literally the text title or give you an error. I also realized one other thing. The homepage doesn't have any content on it. Simple mistake on my part, but good thing you're still with me because we can do it right now before we do anything else. It will take probably about 30 seconds, probably less. Okay, go to your index.php file. And you can see here, we just have two PHP includes, the header and footer. We don't actually have content on our homepage. Simple enough. Let's just add a div. Give it the ID of philosophy. There we go. I'm going to end that here with a comment. In here, I'm going to put a horizontal rule and another one at the bottom. And then in between here, I'm going to put a level 1 heading and say, Franklin's Philosophy of Fine Dining. Under there, paragraph tag. And I have some text lined up here in my clipboard. You can feel free to copy what I'm pasting here. Literally, you can't copy and paste what I'm copying and pasting, but you could type it out or just use lorem ipsum. Here at Franklin's, we know that good food isn't just about how expensive the dish is. We're not pompous. We're proud. We're proud of our work, our quality, our environment, and our love for food and family. And then the last paragraph tag here, I'm going to say, oh, and you can call us Frankies. Your family here. Stereotypical restaurant text. Cool. So there we have our philosophy on our homepage. Save it, check out the homepage. Boom, there it is. Already looks nice. But we still have our title issue up here. Simple fix. In our index.php, define a constant. Define the title. The title will be home, pipe, Franklin's Fine Dining. And there's our constant. Save it, check that out. Home, Franklin's Fine Dining. There it is. Now if we go to our team.php page, which should be right here, just click on this tab. We've already added in our array the slug, so it should go to team.php. Here's team. You can see up here it says team. Awesome. Let's go back to our team template and let's start coding some PHP. All right. Let's not forget to include our footer. There we go. And a little typo over here. Perfect. So in between these PHP tags, let's add a div. Give that div the ID of team-members and the class of CF, which stands for clearfix, because I have a CF class in my styles, which clears this div because we're going to have some floated elements within it. Not a big deal. If you care about what that is, then you can just go to the assets folder in the root of this Code Dynamic Websites course files folder and check out the styles. Otherwise, moving on. All right, here we have our team members div. It's level 1 heading. Our team at Franklin's. Cool. I have some text lined up here. Feel free to type it out or just use some lorem ipsum. We're small but mighty. Franklin's Fine Dining has been a family-owned run business since the dirty 30s, and we're proud of it. When you get these three together, you never know what can happen. But you can count on one thing. The best food you've ever had. Ever. A mighty bold claim. All right. And then a horizontal rule after that, because I used some CSS to make the horizontal rules look pretty. So let's save that, and let's see what we got so far. Our team at Franklin's, we got the text here, and then our sexy little horizontal rule. After that, we need to add the 3 headshots of the team members and their bios and all that sort of stuff. But the first thing we need to actually do is create the array for the team member, because this is going to be dynamic, remember? So go ahead, open your arrays.php file. Right now, you'll see that we have only the nav items. Well, we're going to add the team members in here. So go ahead and in under here, make some space for team members. Let's add our team members array. Array, here we go. Perfect. In here, let's do some magic. All right. We're going to need to add another array in here, because we're going to add some team members. All right, here is the skeleton for the array. We need to add a name, and that will be, the first guy will be Frankie the third. And then after that, we need to add a position, and that will be owner, separated by comma, another key value pair, bio. Frankie is the great-grandson of the original Franklin. He is the owner of Franklin's Fine Dining. He cooks a mean frittata. All right, there's Frankie's bio. And now image. We're going to reference what the file name is without the extension, because I've already lined up a bunch of images in your image folder. You can see Francis, Frankie, and Carlos are the 3 team members. And we're going to reference the name and not the extension, because the HTML template will do the rest. We'll get to that. So Frankie, whoops, in a string. Frankie, perfect. So there is our first team member. Copy that. We've already done all the work, and paste it again. Actually, one more time. And here we will add the other 2 team members. So Francis is the general manager. And we have some text here for the bio for Francis. Francis knows her stuff. The big sister of Frankie himself. She runs the show. Don't miss her Margarita Mondays. And then her image name is Francis. And then we have one more guy, and that would be Carlos, who is the head chef. His bio: Carlos is the epitome of the phrase, "Don't judge a book by its cover." These HTML entities are the left double quotes, right double quotes, the M dash, and then you simply cannot find a better chef. His image name is Carlos. All right. Save that. Head back to your team template. All right. In your team template, let's get dirty with some PHP. And let's do a for each loop. For each, we have team members. Remember the team members array we just created. And the reason why the team.php file can access the arrays.php file is because in our header.php, which is included right here, we include our arrays.php within our includes folder. So it's all interconnected like a big web. Team members as member. All right. And then we're actually going to close the PHP tag just like that, because we can now write some HTML right here, but we have to make sure to close this for each loop. So let's add another PHP tag or script, the closing curly bracket there. And now in here, we can actually write HTML. So we're no longer in the PHP tags, but PHP knows that there's an opening curly brace here. So anything after that is going to be because of what's in this for each loop. And then we close the for each loop down here. Okay. So div class member. Okay. So inside the member class div, we're going to add an image. And the source will be image slash. This is where we start accessing our for each loop again. So PHP echo member and then image. Remember the key in our arrays file is image, and that will give us the name of the image. So close this PHP script here, .png. Alt, very important, PHP echo member name. The reason why I did this is because the alt tag should have something descriptive in the image tag. So member name is actually going to get the name of whatever team member we're looking at. And then right here, we're echoing the member image, which is the slug without the extension. So we are going to be pulling each of the team members using this PHP snippet here and here. So that will give us our image. A level 2 heading, PHP echo member name again. That will give us our name. We're going to get a paragraph tag here. And then PHP echo member and then bio. Okay, so that is basically, well, if I add one more thing down here after team members, I just want to add a level, horizontal rule just below there. But this is it. So that's all we need to do. We don't need to code 3 team members. We don't need to code this 3 times. I don't need to copy and paste this 3 times and then hard code each of the members' names, bios, and images, because PHP for each loop will do that. So I opened our for each loop right here. Said for each team members as member. So PHP is going to loop through our team members array and individually give us the information for each of those arrays within that array. And so each time it loops through, it's going to output this bit of HTML. So it's going to output a div with the class of member, an image with its respective image slug and its respective name. And then same here. It's going to get the name of the member we're currently looping through and the bio of the member we're currently looping through. And it will do that until the array is complete. So because of this, check this out. We have our 3 beautiful team members, Frankie, Francis, and Carlos, with their names and their bios, all because of PHP. So that's pretty cool. And that's it for the team template. And next up, we're actually going to be moving a little bit further in and getting our hands dirtier and a bit more, we're going to be a bit more advanced with our PHP-ing. So I'll see you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Code a Menu Array and Template. And in this video, we're going to be creating a couple PHP pages and we're going to be populating it with some dynamic menu items. And we're going to use PHP arrays to create some menu items that we are going to be pulling from in our menu templates. All right, let's do this. Okay, so first off, I want to show you what the final website looks like, in particular the menu section, so that you know what we are going to be building as we're doing some PHP and everything like that. I want you to have some context and a visual image in your head of what you're actually going to be building. So here's the menu.php page. And it has a basic overview of our 4 menu items that we're going to be creating. And each of these menu items are a link, and they go to their own separate pages, but in fact, they're all using the same page, which is called dish.php. And dish.php is a template where we'll be using some PHP to pull in the info from an array for each of these respective menu items. So if I were to click on Club Sandwich, I will get info about Club Sandwich. Notice here that I'm in the dish.php template, and then I have a question mark, item equals Club Sandwich. That's going to pull in the Club Sandwich information into the dish.php template and display it here on the page. If I go back and I choose a different item, like Mexican barbacoa, I have the same dish.php template, so same layout, but new information. And that's a really huge part of using PHP to program dynamic websites. So for example, Facebook has millions of users, and each of those users have a profile page, but Facebook isn't going to code millions of profile pages individually. They'll just code a profile template and then pull in the information depending on who's logged in so they can see their profile. So you can see how efficient PHP or other similar programming languages can be when you scale it up on a really large scale like Facebook. But even in a smaller scale like this, if you have a restaurant website and you have menu items, you could have 10 or 20 or 30 menu items. And instead of having individual pages for every single one of those, you could just have it be dynamic and have one single template or a couple templates for different items. So that's why you would use PHP templates. All right, so why don't we jump into our code editor and get started. The first thing you're going to want to do is open your arrays.php file that you created a little while back. You should have a couple of arrays in there, your nav menu and your team members. We're going to add another array in here, and it's going to be your menu items. So let's do that. So this will be menu items. Go ahead and create the variable, call it menu items, and set up an array. Perfect. And within our array, we're going to add multiple other arrays like we did in the previous 2 arrays. But the difference here is instead of just writing out a straight up array like so and putting our key value pairs within it, we're actually going to do something a little different. We're going to give the array itself a custom key name, because currently, if you just put array, it's going to have a key, but the key will be a numeric value. So this one would be 0 because it's the first item within this array. So instead of having it just be a plain array with a key, with a numeric key, we're actually going to give it a custom key name, like so. So club-sandwich equals, and there we go. So basically, it's the same thing as if you look up here, we have a key and a value pair separated by the equals and the arrow or the greater than symbol. Down here, it's an array, but it also has a key and what will be a value. So everything in the array is a value. So arrays can also have a key, a custom key, when it's within the array here. And that's what we're doing so that we can access this information instead of having to look for it within the array. And you'll see why in just a little bit when we start coding the template. So first off, we have our club sandwich. We're going to add our key value pairs. We're going to say title is obviously club sandwich. Price, we're going to add a price. Price will be an integer, so just 11. Blurb will be the little text blurb. And I have lined up some bacon ipsum. It's just baconipsum.com. There we go, within our strings. Remember to separate it by a comma. And then drink, meaning a suggested beverage to have with our club sandwich. And I'm going to say club soda. Seems fitting. All right, next up, let's add another item. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing and paste it right after it and just change the text. So instead of club sandwich, we're going to have dill dash salmon. And remember here, I'm putting a dash in between because we're going to be using this text, this key for the array in our URL. So we need to have no spaces, and I'd like it to be all lowercase with a dash in between. So let's change the rest here. Lemon, ampersand, dill, salmon. The cost will be $18. And here I have some more bacon ipsum lined up. There we go. You can write your own blurb if you'd like. And obviously, if you're using this for your own website, you're going to want to have the text be something else. But I'm just going to use some bacon ipsum. Fancy wine will be the suggested beverage with this. All right, next up, we're going to add another item. And it will be super salad. Super salad will be the name, the super salad. And actually, I'm going to put a sup tag. Sup actually means superscript. So the text that will be within the sup tag will actually be small and up a little bit. So you'll see what I mean. So if you have like the registered trademark, which we're actually going to be doing, ampersand reg, semicolon, that will give us the registered trademark sign. So it's a small little bit of text that's superscripted above the text. And you'll see what that looks like. Price, $34. And here I have some veggie ipsum lined up because it's a super salad. All right, there we go. And our suggested beverage, a jug, water. Perfect. Next one, last but not least, we have our Mexican barbacoa. Very good. The title here will be Mexican barbacoa. Barbacoa. The price, $23. Very expensive. And just to be random, I have some cupcake ipsum lined up. Boom. Okay, and we're going to do a beer with a lime. Suggested beverage. Perfect. So save that, and you have your menu items array. In order to use this array and make it actually worth our while, we need to create a couple different pages. Let's first start by creating our menu.php file. So within your student folder, create a new file, call it menu.php. Make sure it's in student. There we go. Open up menu.php. Within menu.php, it's going to be associated with this nav tab right here. So if I click that, I'll go to menu.php. Currently, it is fully empty. Let's change that. Start off by adding PHP script at the very top of your template. Let's define a constant. And the constant, oh my goodness, there we go, is the title. And we're going to call this page menu and then pipe Franklin's Fine Dining. So there's our title. Okay. Include the header. Includes header. That's where the header is located. And don't forget to include your footer. Now if I check this out, make sure I've got everything in there. There we go, there's our basic skeleton. Now we need to add some content. Let's start off here by adding a div with the ID of menu-items. Put a comment there so I know where it's ended. Within our menu items div tag, we're going to have a level 1 header, our delicious menu. Paragraph tag, put a little bit of text in here. Like our team, our menu is very small. Let's throw in an M dash, but dang, does it ever pack a punch. There you go. Creative copywriting right there, provided to you by Brad Hussey. Emphasis tag. Click any menu item to learn more about it. All right, there we go. So add that text. After that text, we're going to have a horizontal rule because it's that fancy squiggly graphic that I created. And then let's add an unordered list. And in here, we're going to use our for each loop to access the menu items and put them in an unordered list. Okay, PHP. I'm going to close that over here. For each menu items as, this is where we're going to do something different. Dish, and that is the key, and then the value will be item. And then we're going to open the curly brace. Okay, so what are we doing here? Well, let me show you. So here I want to show you at tuxradar.com, this guy has a really good explanation of the two ways of iterating through arrays. More specifically, I want to show you the for each loop. So the for each loop, there are a couple ways of accomplishing the same thing. So it has two different versions, and the easiest way looks a bit like this. And we've done this before, for each array as value, and then print the value. We've done that a couple times before, in fact, maybe a handful of times before in the past few lectures. But down here, we are going to be doing something different. So the second way to use for each does allow you to extract keys. And that's what we want to be able to do. We want to be able to extract the key. So and it looks like this. For each array as key value, print key value, whatever you want to put in here. So that's what we're doing here. So we need to be able to extract the key in our for each loop. So here we have for each menu items as dish item. So key value. If we go back to our arrays PHP file, you can see we did menu items, array, and then we have a key and a value pair here. So we want to be able to extract this little tidbit of information and then carry on and also access this info because this is going to be important. Let me show you why. Go back to your menu.php file. So for each menu items as dish item, we're going to call it dish and item. It could be literally called key and val, but I want it to be called dish item. Perfect. In here, I'm going to add a list item. In the list item, I'm going to have an A tag. Okay, so within our A tag, we are going to add the href attribute here, and it's going to be dish.php. We haven't created dish.php yet, but we will. And then, question mark. This is where we're going to be accessing a query string, which I will explain in the next lecture. So just follow along right now. Item equals. Now, this is where we would want to write something like dill-salmon, but we want it to be dynamic. We don't want to have to do something like this. We don't want to do that and change each of these values, and then it's just hard-coded. It's not dynamic, and it's not scalable. So this is what we're going to make dynamic using PHP echo dish. Boom. Semicolon. That's simple. So this is going to access the key within the menu items multi-dimensional array. So menu items as dish item. So we're grabbing dish. So this will spit out the key within our menu array. So dill salmon, Mexican barbacoa, super salad, so on and so forth. So that's that. And now we want to echo the title. So let's PHP echo item. Now we're accessing the item. So this is the value. And within there, we have key value pairs. So we're going to access the title key within there. There you go. So there's a title. Now, within that line, we actually have some superscripted, where we have a price in there. But first, we have a superscripted $sign. Very simple and straightforward. And then we're going to PHP echo the item again, but this time we're going to grab the price. Close that PHP tag, and then make sure you close this first PHP tag, PHP script. You opened it up here, closed up the PHP script, and you had an opening curly brace. So that's still left open in our PHP world. We want to close that down here. We did that so that we can put some HTML within our PHP scripts. That allows you to do that. Save that. Now, go to your menu.php file. Check it out. So we have the text that we added, static text. We have our fancy little horizontal rule. Here we have our menu items and their links. And take note of the URL that it is trying to access down in the corner here. You can see dish.php query string item equals club sandwich, dill salmon, super salad, Mexican barbacoa. Now that allows us to create a dish.php template and pull in the info that we need. But first, I noticed one little housekeeping thing I don't really like. I have the price here included in the link. I don't like how it looks. I don't want it to be part of the link. So just move the A tag to the end of the title here. Close it before the sup tag, save that, and you should be good to go. There we go. So now that isn't a link, it's just the price. All right, so next up, we're going to have to create our dish.php page, but we're not doing that in this lecture because I don't want it to be too long. So let's do that in the next lecture. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Understanding Get. And in this lecture, we're going to be briefly covering what Get is and how we will be using it to enhance our PHP greatness. So here we go. When the URL the browser requests includes a query string, which looks like this, the Get collection is created auto-magically. The string on the left side of an equal sign becomes a variable name, and the thing on the right side of the equal sign becomes that variable's value. So for example, in our previous lecture, we have a link on our menu.php page that navigates to dish.php item equals Mexican barbacoa. So the question mark item and then equal sign, that is the query string. And then Mexican barbacoa is the value of the variable item. So that URL will navigate to dish.php, which we haven't created yet, and the get collection will create a variable called item with the value of Mexican barbacoa. We can then use that value to do something specific on our dish.php template. It could be as simple as echo Mexican barbacoa, or something a little bit more useful like display specific information in an array that has the key of Mexican barbacoa. And this is exactly what we'll be doing in our next lecture. So hang on tight, amigo. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Code a Menu Item Dynamic Template. And in this video, we're going to create a PHP template where we're going to be utilizing the get collection and our query string that we're going to send to the URL in order to display specific information about a menu item. So for example, if you clicked on Mexican barbacoa, the menu item template will pull up the Mexican barbacoa info, and so on and so forth. So let's jump right in. All right, so firstly, I want to show you what we're going to be building so that you have some idea of what this is going to look like and how it's going to work. Okay, so here we are on the instructor menu.php page, and if we click on one of these items, let's click on Mexican barbacoa. It opens up a dish.php page, but you can see here we have a query string that says item equals Mexican barbacoa, and that tells the dish.php template what information to pull out of the array that we created. And so here it displays the Mexican barbacoa information. And so that's what we're going to do. So let's head back to our code editor and go ahead and create a new file called dish.php. Make sure that is under your student folder, so it's in the right directory, and open that up. So first thing you're going to want to do is add a PHP script at the very top, because we're going to be kind of heavy lifting with some PHP in here. Let's start out by defining a constant, which will be our title. And let's call it Menu Franklin's Fine Dining, just a generic title up here. Could even just say menu item. Okay, and now we're going to need to include our header, as we have done in the past few lectures. There we go. It's important. Now, here is where we ask PHP to check the get collection. So, if statement. If is set. So this means if a variable is set, and so we're going to check the get collection. So if is set, get, and then the variable is item that will be passed in the URL. So if the item variable is set and passed through the get collection, then we're going to create a variable called menu item, and we'll say it is the get item. So this is the variable. And then dish is another variable, not fish, dish. And we'll say menu items, menu item. And this is what this is. Let me just explain this just for a sec. Menu items, if you remember, that is in our arrays.php file. We have the menu items array. And so we're checking for the menu items array. And we're looking specifically for an array within this array. So head back to your dish.php template and we'll look here. So dish is the variable that we're setting. And the content of that variable, or the value, will be the menu items array. And in here, instead of specifically writing a specific array within that array, like Mexican-barbacoa, it's going to be dynamic. And so we're going to be looking for the menu item variable. So whatever the value is. And so the value that gets passed in this get collection item will be something like Mexican-barbacoa, which will correspond with the menu items arrays. So Mexican barbacoa, super salad, dill salmon, and club sandwich. You can see how that will end up working out now. So go back to your dish page. And there's something that we're going to actually do here, because if I just were to set this variable like so, then that leaves us vulnerable to some header injections, which is a fancy way of saying people trying to hack your code and do something bad, like install malicious code or find information out of your database, so on and so forth. You need to be able to clean this out so that if somebody tries to inject some PHP into your header to find out things that they shouldn't, we need to be able to take that into account. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a little function that will strip the bad characters out of what somebody might try and type in the URL manually. So we're going to go up here, and just below your include function, we're going to create a function called function strip underscore bad underscore chars for characters. And then in here, a parameter will be input. Now this is a little bit of an advanced technique, so I won't go too far into how it all works, but I'll give you the necessary resources to find out a little more if you're curious. So a variable will be output, and we're going to use the built-in PHP function preg underscore replace, which will check a regular expression to see if it matches what what I'm going to be looking for within my parameter here, and then replace the bad characters with just an empty string. So essentially what it will do is find the bad characters that we're not going to allow inside of the URL and strip them out entirely so that it hopefully eliminates any chance of an attack. Okay, so preg replace. Inside some strings here, we're going to create a regular expression. And regular expressions look scary and are kind of scary and kind of take a little bit of figuring out to do. So here we go. /, opening square bracket, caret, lowercase a, dash, lowercase z, capital A, dash, capital Z, 0, dash, 9, underscore, dash, closing square bracket, /. And then that is your regular expression, which basically looks for bad characters and we'll strip them out with a second parameter here, which will be an empty string, and then another comma, and that will be the input we'll be checking. So essentially, we're going to be returning output here. So like I said, this is kind of an advanced PHP move and not really within the scope of this course to explain it fully, but I do encourage you to learn more about preg replace and regular expressions at php.net and search for preg replace. Feel free to look up regular expressions as well. It's kind of a fun little advanced technique you can look into, but this is what we're going to be using. This is the advanced built-in function custom function that we're going to use. And how are we going to use that? Well, down here at menu item, we're going to wrap the value of this variable in our custom function. Strip bad chars. And there it is. So now what's going to happen is if is set the get collection with the variable item, store a variable in menu item using the get collection, but first strip the bad characters out of the get collection if somebody tried a PHP attack, and then store it in here. So we got a good clean version, and then check our array, menu items array, store that value in dish. All right. So why don't we just code a little bit of HTML down here? Keep it nice and light. Horizontal rule. Let's do a div. Give that div the ID of dish. Close that up with a comment. All right, and here let's do a level 1 heading and say, this is going to be dynamic. PHP echo dish title, just like we've done in the past, no problem. Then we want to find out the price. So instead of just writing something like static, like $28, we're going to use PHP to find out the price of this array, this specific item in the array. So PHP echo dish price. There's our price. But we're going to do a little bit of HTML around this just to make it look formatted properly. So we're going to wrap that in a span tag, the price PHP script. Give it the class of price. And around the $, put a sub tag for superscripting it. We're going to make it go a little bit up and look properly formatted. So it's going to be small $, slightly superscripted beside the dynamic price. Awesome. All right, paragraph tag right after that. A little more PHP greatness. PHP echo dish, and that will be the blurb because we have a blurb within our array for each of the items. A break tag. We're going to separate something out here. Paragraph tag. A strong tag. Within our strong tag, let's type suggested beverage. We have a suggested beverage in our array, I believe. Actually, I know. And still within that strong tag, PHP echo dish and drink. All right, there is our drink. Below that, we're going to add another paragraph tag. In that, we're going to have an emphasis tag or M tag. Suggested tip. And we're going to do another sub tag, $, because we're going to have a $, or some money here. Now, how do we calculate the suggested tip? Because that's not actually within our array. So what we're going to do is some more PHP. We're going to create a custom function to find out what you should tip on this specific item based on the price. So let's do that. Go up here and under your isSet if statement, let's calculate a suggested tip by creating a function, call it suggested tip, and a couple parameters. We're going to put 2 parameters, price and tip. Open up those curly braces, a variable called total tip, and that will equal a little bit of math, price times tip. And then we're going to echo the total tip, but we're going to take that one step further because this is just going to, this doesn't know that, PHP right now doesn't know that this is going to be money. It's not actually a currency. It's just numbers. It's going to be numbers with decimals, and it is not going to look like a currency format. Luckily, PHP has a built-in function called money underscore format. Wrap that, and we need to tell the function what money format we're going to use. And that looks a little bit like this. So inside these strings here, percent period to n. Now, if you just look up on php.net, the money format function, you'll see all the different types of formats you can use. This is the standard money format, so it would be something like $20.19 or $10.12. It would kind of look like that, 10 period 12, something like that. Okay, and so there is our function, and the function won't do anything until we ask it to. So down here by our subtag, we're going to say PHP suggested tip, and we have 2 parameters. So the price we need to start with, which will be dish price. We're going to send the price of the dish inside of our function. Now tip will just be 0.20 or whatever suggested tip you want to put. So this is 20%. Close out that PHP script. Now after this dish tag, put a horizontal rule, and let's put an ahref. We're going to head back to menu.php, give it the class of button and previous, and let's do an LA quo HTML entity, which is kind of a left arrow quotation. Back to menu, close up that A tag. Now don't forget to include your PHP footer. That's very important. Save that. Now check it out. How do we check it out? Go to your menu page and click on any item and check it out. I'm going to click on Club Sandwich. So dish.php. Item equals Club Sandwich. What do we have here? Club Sandwich. Why don't we go back and try my favorite, Mexican barbacoa. There it is. It's got the title, it's got the blurb, it's got the price with the superscript $, our bolded suggested beverage, and our dynamically generated suggested tip based on our custom PHP function, and our sexy little back to menu button with the LA quo. Wow. Well, that looks good. And hopefully yours looks just as good. If not, feel free to go back and hash it out. Hopefully that helped you out. And up next, we're going to be jumping into coding a PHP contact form. All right, see you there. Bonjour! Welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Code a Simple Contact Form. And in this lecture, we're going to be coding a skeleton contact form just with some HTML and some classes and such. We're not going to do any validation yet, but I promise you that we will. But this lecture is just to create the skeleton. So let's jump right in. Okie dokie. So here is the contact form in the instructor folder. So this is what the final outcome will look like. We have a simple contact form that says, get in touch with us, your name, your email, your message, a checkbox to subscribe to a newsletter, and a send message button. We won't be doing any validation or form submission yet. This is just to create the form fields. So let's do this. Open up your code editor. Create a new file in your student folder called contact.php. Again, make sure it's not outside of your student folder. Keep it inside of the proper directory. Open your contact page and start off with your PHP script. In there, we're going to do the good old define the title constant. That will be contact us. Franklin's Fine Dining. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and include our header that is in the includes folder and close that up. And then there we go. Don't forget your quotation marks and your strings. Let's go ahead and add our footer.php or .php because we don't want to forget that. It's very important. Okay, so we got that stuff figured out. Let's go ahead and add some HTML. So first things first, a div. That div is going to have the ID of contact. Close it up with a comment so that we know there's going to be a lot of stuff between these tags. Going to have a horizontal rule. Level 1 header. Get in touch with us. Perfect. Okay. So let's just go ahead and add our form. So we're going to use the form tag. The form has a few attributes that we need to add. That is method, and the value of that attribute will be post because we're posting the information of this form to the server. Action is where the form will be posting to. So we're going to be leaving it empty because it's going to post to the same page, which is contact.php. If we wanted this to submit to a separate page, we would just say action contact success.php or success.php or thanks.php, so on and so forth. But leaving it empty will submit to the same page. We need an ID. It's going to be contact-form. All right, within these form tags, let's go ahead and add a HTML label tag and an input tag. And the attributes of the input tag will be type, text, ID will be name, and the name will be, well, name, because we're literally going to use this field for your name. So let's go ahead and type that between the label and say your name. There is an attribute that you need to add to the label for accessibility purposes. It's for, and then the ID of the input that you want that label to be associated with, which is name in this case, needs to be the same as the for attribute. So the reason why I do that is because in the contact page, this is the instructor version, if you click on the label, you see how it focuses the text cursor within that text field, that input. Because some people like clicking on the label, and also it's a bigger target area. So if I can click in the text fields, but I can also click on the label to get me in the text field. Same with the checkbox. This is a small target area to click, but this is a much larger target area. So it's accessibility purposes, and that's how for works with the label. You associate it with the ID of the input you're using. Go ahead and copy that combination, paste it out. Change the information. This will be email. Your email. The input type. You can put email for that. The ID of this one will be email, and the name will be email. Name. The attribute name is what the server will be looking for when you post the form's information, and that's how you access the information from this input. More on that later. Post that one more time here. We're going to change this from input to text area. Text area has an opening and closing tag, but also has attributes. ID, message, name will be message. Leave that empty in here. We're going to change the for to message, and this will say, and your message. Okay, let's put another combination here. But first, we're actually going to switch it around here. So take the input, cut it out, and put it before the label. This type will be a checkbox. The name will be subscribe. The ID will be subscribe, and the name will also be subscribe. Get rid of this one. The value will be subscribe. There's another attribute there for the input, for the checkbox input, so you can decide a value of what will be sent to the form's post method when you submit the form. So the value, if this is checked, will be subscribe. It's the same thing as if I typed something in my input, my email input. If I typed in my email, the value will be that email. But here, we need to determine what the value is if it's checked. The label will be afterwards, and that will say subscribe to newsletter. And let's change the for attribute to subscribe. This will allow us to check the label as well, to check the checkbox. And we're going to have one more input. And that input type will be a submit button. We're going to add a few more attributes here. So class, button, and next. I already have some predefined styles set up. The name of this input will be contact_submit. And the value will be send message. The value is what it displays within the button. So if I didn't put anything, it would just say submit, which is the default HTML text. But we don't want it to say that because that's boring and doesn't convert very well if people want to click on a form submit button. So send message should suffice. Okay, and that should be it. Let's check out what you have coded. Here's your contact.php page. If it looks like this and you have your 3 fields, your name, email, and your message, and the subscribe to newsletter checkbox, and your send message button, you should be good. Again, this doesn't do anything if I click it because we don't have any PHP set up, which is what we're going to do in the upcoming lectures. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Understanding Post, and in this video I'm going to explain briefly what post is and how we're going to be using it in our upcoming lecture. Alright, so post, much like get, is what is called a superglobal, and they're both used to collect form data. In post, when a user submits a form by clicking a submit button, form data is sent to be processed, whether it's to another PHP page or the current PHP page, and the form data is sent using the post method. And the post collection will then store the information that was sent in that form. So if you have a first name field, a last name field, an email field, and a message field, when you submit that form, the values of those form elements will be sent via the post collection. And then you can use them to send an email, validate your form elements, log in a user, and so on and so forth. So in our example, what we're going to be doing is building a contact form, and we're going to use the post method to submit our form, do some really simple validation, and send an email. So that's basically what you need to know about post. See you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Simple Form Validation and Submission. And in this video, we're going to take the contact form that we just coded in HTML in our previous lecture, and we're going to add some PHP to do some very simple validation to check to see if people filled out the form fields, and most importantly, submit the form so that you can send an email. Pretty cool. Let's jump in. All right, so here is the instructor version of the contact page. So this is the final version. And on the front end, it looks the same. But what matters most is if these form elements work, if it does some basic validation, and if it submits to an email that we specify. So if I just hit send message and don't fill any of these fields out, I should get a really simple error message. There it is. All fields required. Go back and try again. So that's the same as if I fill out a name and a message but no email. I'll get the same validation error message. So it's very simple. It's not the most advanced solution, but it's something that can get you started. There are plenty of PHP plugins that you can use that do a much better job. And you can also double up and use some JavaScript or jQuery plugins that you can use on top of your PHP. So you can make it ultra secure. But in this tutorial, we're just going to do a very simple, bare bones validation method. So let's jump into our code editor. Make sure you have the contact.php file open within your student folder. First thing I'm going to do is just paste a really big comment here in the PHP script, just so you can see what we're going to be using here. I'll explain in a moment. So in the form in contact.php, so the form that you just built in the last lecture, the name text field has the name attribute of name. If the user submits the form, the post name variable will be automatically created. Remember in our last lecture, we briefly learned about the post collection. And that post name variable will contain the text that they typed into the name field. The post email variable will contain whatever they typed in the email field. So as a brief little overview of the PHP that we'll be using in this script that we're about to build, we're using pragmatch, which performs a regular expression match. You can learn more about it here. You can always open this up in the instructor folder. Look in the contact.php page. I reference all these. IsSet determines if a variable is set and not null, meaning empty or nothing is in it. Post is an associative array of variables passed to the current script via the HTTP post method. We just learned about the post collection in our last lecture. Trim strips white space or other characters from the beginning and end of a string. So if you typed in a text field, for example, and you wrote space, like you hit the space bar, wrote your name, so space Brad, and then space, the trim function will strip the white spaces from the beginning and the end, so you have a clean input. Exit outputs a message and terminates the current script. Die is the equivalent to exit, just looks more intense. Word wrap wraps a string to a given number of characters. So, for example, in your message field, if you write 140 characters, you can wrap the text to have a maximum line width or character width of a certain amount of characters. So if you said word wrap 50, then that 140 character message will have multiple lines of 50 character lines. So whatever that works out to. Mail sends mail. All right, so let's move down here to your contact div. And we're going to start out and we're going to get our hands really dirty. So hang on tight. All right, right under your level 1 heading. Let's do some stuff. Open up a PHP script. And first thing we're going to do is check to see if the contact submit button was pressed. You do that by using if is set, and then we're going to check the post collection to see if contact underscore submit was pressed. Opening and closing curly braces. So contact submit is this right here, our input button. The name of contact submit This checks to see if the post collection sent us a variable. Checks to see if the context submit button was pressed, more or less. All right, so if that is the case, then we can start grabbing the information from our form. So what we're going to do is create some variables. Let's say name. And name will equal post and then name, because that is the name attribute of the text field name, where you write your name right here. Copy that, paste it below, change some stuff around, email. And we're going to check the post collection for email and store that variable from the post collection in a cleaner looking variable. We're doing this just so that it can look a little cleaner. We can just leave this as is and utilize them a little further down in our script, but this just makes it a little bit easier to read. Less typing too. All right, and last one here, we'll say message, or MSG for message. Post message. Okay, so I can leave this as is, but as I mentioned before, we're going to be using the trim function. And I want to use the trim function just to clean our name and email variables up a little bit. So we just wrap the trim function around each of these. There we go. So trim around name and email. We don't need to trim message because, well, it's not as strict as your name or your email, specifically email, where it needs to match an exact email. And then the message, they can essentially type whatever they want. And that's not necessarily true, because they could try and use the message field as a way to attack your website and install malicious code. Some people are very good, but this doesn't really cover the scope of how to deal with that. It's a very easy Google search. So trim up the name and email. So now what we have to do is some very simple, well, we need to check to see if people are trying to hack our contact form by using what's called a header injection. So what is a header injection? Well, it's very similar to a email injection that an attacker will use to send out spam from your mail server using your contact form. So they will hack the name and email fields, or whatever fields they can access, specifically name, email, or even the subject fields, to inject PHP code and change who the email will be going to. So instead of just the one person you've written in your PHP script, they will try and change that to a whole bunch of people that they've probably found their emails on the internet using email farming, or they just have a list of their own, and then they spam all of those people with whatever it is that they spam those people with. Could be products, services, could be pornography, could be a bunch of crap, and it will look like it's coming from you, and you don't want that. So we're going to do a really simple preventative measure for email or header injections. And you can Google how to go even more in depth. The course doesn't really cover a really in-depth solution, but we're going to give you a very simple one, so follow along. So let's check for header injections. Okay. Function. We're going to create a function. Call it has header injection. And a variable will pass in here. We'll just say string. And then we're going to return preg match. So performs a regular expression match, searches and replaces. And we're going to use a regular expression, / opening square bracket, \, r, \, n, closing square bracket, /. And then after your string there, a comma, and then the variable that you passed in here as an argument. Okay, so then what we can do is below our if statement, within our if statement, after the variables, check to see if name or email have header injections. So we just do that by going if has header injection, and the string will be replaced, or the argument will be name, or has header injection email. If that is the case, then kill the script or die. So if true, kill the script. There we go. So this is some very basic, a very basic function that will just see if somebody is trying to perform a header injection with your name or email field. Save that. Now, let's do some basic validation. Very simple if statement. And this is all we have to do. So after the header injection if statement, let's add another if statement. This if statement will check to see if the name, email, and message variables are empty. Very simple. If not name, which means if name is false or if it's empty. So if nobody posts anything in the name field, then this will in fact be true. If not name. Or if not email. Or if not message. We're going to say all of them are required by doing this. So if not name, or if not email, or if not message, meaning if any of these are empty, then this if statement will be true. And if that is the case, then echo some HTML here. We'll say level 4 heading. And we'll give it the class of error. Notice I used double quotations in here, and therefore I used single quotations on the outside. All fields required. And then we're going to add an A tag. Okay. The href will be contact.php. The class will be button and block. And the text will be go back and try again. Then we're going to exit that script. All right, I'm going to call this part 1 of this lecture because we still have quite a bit left to do and I don't want the lecture to get too long in one go. So I'll see you in the next lecture where we will continue from this exact spot. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Simple Form Validation and Submission, Part 2. Let's jump right in. Okay. The next thing that we want to do is set up and build our email message. So essentially what we did here is we performed all the very basic actions we'll need to do when checking a PHP form. So we checked to see if there was a header injection, killed the script if there was. If not, then we continue on down. We checked to see if our contact submit button was pressed. And in there we stored some variables, did the header injection test, checked to see if the fields were empty. If we're all good, then we're going to keep going down the script. So what we need to do is construct this email message, add the recipient email to a variable. So who is going to receive the message from this form? Let's call this variable 2. Let's use your own email here. I'm just going to say you're@email.com. You could put your actual email, so you could test this a little later. Create a subject. So that will be subject variable, we'll call it. And we're going to construct a little message in here. Name, because we know the name variable, sent you a message via your contact form. That will be the subject. Next up, we will construct the actual message. And this is where we're going to create a message variable. And we'll say equals name. So this is what's going to show up in the actual body of the message. Name, and then we're going to say the name variable. And in an email, we need to break this onto a new line, and we can't post HTML in here in your email message in a simple contact form. So we need to do a line break, and to do a line break in an email, you just go /r \n. That is a line break. Down here, we're going to do the message variable again, but we're going to concatenate a value to that. And we'll say email /r \n. Message variable, concatenate another value onto the message variable. Message, so the message itself. We're going to break a line here, /r \n, and then the message variable, or the message variable. So the reason why I did this is because I want the message heading, I guess you could call it, on a different line than the message itself, because the message in the text area will probably be multiple lines, and I want it to look clean. Okay, so we've constructed the message, created the subject, added the recipient email. Now, let's check to see if the subscribe checkbox was checked. So if the subscribe checkbox was checked, so that's like this. If statement is set, check the post collection for the subscribe value here. So the name subscribe from that checkbox, that will be sent along in the post collection. It checks to see if it was actually checked. Okay. And post subscribe is equal to subscribe. Now, what does this mean? Wasn't this good enough? Post subscribe, if that was set? Technically, yes, but what we're wanting to do here is double check. So if post subscribe, it was sent along in the post collection, and the value of it is equal to subscribe, then let's carry on. Add a new line to the message variable. Message, concatenate a new value. Let's do a couple line breaks. /r, /n, /r, /n. Please, now you don't need to put a space here. You can just write it right afterwards. Add the email variable to the mailing list. Line break. /r, /n. Perfect. Okay. Outside of your if statement, since we've checked to see the checkbox was checked, let's make the message variable look a little bit more tidy. So message equals, this is where we use the word wrap function. Word wrap. So we need to pass it a variable, string, and a numeric value of how wide you want, how many characters you want each line to have. 72 is what I'm going to say. There we go. So this will take the message, wrap the long string of text that will likely be typed into it, and wrap the message to 72 lines per line. Or sorry, 72 characters per line. Okay. Now we need to set the mail headers. And mail headers are required when you send an email because it lets the email client like Gmail or Hotmail, Apple Mail, so on and so forth. The MIME version, content type, who it's from, and if it's a priority, things like that. So let's set the mail headers into a variable. So a headers variable. Let's start off with the MIME-version 1.0 and break the line. \r\n. So the MIME version is 1.0. Headers. Let's concatenate a value on there. Content type. This is just plain text, so text/plain. And the char set equals ISO-8859-1. Break the line. You're probably wondering, how do you know all this off by heart? Well, I don't. I did it once by following an instructor who taught me how to do this back a few years back, and did some tutorials, and I just kept it in a default kind of template contact form script, and I just copy and paste it every time. You don't need to memorize this. You can look it up to see the different things you can send through mail headers. Very easy to find tutorials online. But this is kind of a basic way of doing it. Don't worry if you can't remember it, because I certainly do not. Okay, next line, headers. Concatenate another value in that variable. From, who is the message from? Put the colon and then a space. And then we're going to concatenate a value here. Actually, why don't we just do it in here? From, name, and then email. And let's break that onto a new line. I think this should be good. So this is the proper syntax of how an email is sent, who it's from. So the name, so the person's name, like Brad, and their email, like you're@email.com. So that should be good. Okay, another headers. Concatenated value. X-priority. 1, and then break the line. Now, I believe 1 means high priority, whereas 0 means no priority. I'm pretty sure that's the case. This just does its best to make sure that the email is sent to your inbox and not flagged as spam. However, if somebody is sending you spam, if you have a smart inbox, then it will likely filter it anyway. So another one of these, we're going to say X-MS-mail-priority. And instead of 1, it will be high. And then 2 line breaks are N. So these are just to set the priority of the mail, if it's high priority or not. Again, you don't have to memorize these. Just keep it in a script, copy and paste it for later use. Now, we get to do something cool. Send the email. We did all that work to just type this. Mail. Put some arguments in here. You have some parameters. To subject, message, headers. That is the syntax of the mail function. So you send the mail. First argument is to, then subject, then message, then the headers. Save that. Now we're not quite done. I'm going to remove this last curly brace from our PHP if statement way up here. If is set, post, contact, submit, because we don't want it to end there. We need to have some HTML show up after the email was sent. So before you forget, put a PHP else statement. And then remove the last closing curly brace. Close that PHP script. Because we're going to basically, in between the first PHP script and the else statement here, we're going to check to see if the post contact submit was clicked, do all this sort of stuff, and then show some HTML. And then else, we're going to show the contact form. So here we need to show success message after email has sent. Okay. Level 5 heading. Thanks for contacting Franklin's. Paragraph tag. Please allow 24 hours for a response. And then one more paragraph tag with an A tag in there. We'll go to /final class button and block. That will be the A tag, and we'll say LA quo for the HTML entity. It's like a left arrow. Go to home page. That will send them to the home page if they click that button link. Okay. So then we have to make sure to close this else statement after our form. Very simple. PHP. Boom. Done. And let's just toss an HR in here just for fun. Okay, so let me just show you really quick. Make sure you got everything. PHP script has a whole bunch of stuff in here. Checks for header injections, submits the form, checks the variables, sends the email. When you're done sending the email, show a success message on the page. Else, if the contact submit button was not pressed, that means nobody filled the form in yet. So just show the form and then close your PHP script right here with the closing curly brace of your if-else statement. Very big and juicy, but now we should have a working form. It is worth noting, if you're using a local host, like a local server on your computer, the email might not send, which means you need to have an actual web server. So if you have a website or a domain, then upload the site there and then try the contact form there. But we're actually going to try it here on localhost. Sometimes it works for me. Okay, here we are on the student contact form. I've changed the email, the email variable, who it goes to my actual email, not just your@email.com, to see if it actually works. So first hit send message without anything to see if you get the validation. Perfect. All fields required. Go back. So that should work. Go ahead and fill out the form. Subscribe to the newsletter. Send message. Let's see what happens. Thanks for contacting Franklin's. Please allow 24 hours for response. Go back to homepage. Now I'm going to check my email. See if I got the email. Here it is. Brad sent you a message via your contact form. Click on it. Here we go. Your@email.com. That's actually a fictional email, but a person would hopefully put their actual email in there. To me. So name, Brad, email, your@email.com, message, hello, testing this old form. Please add your@email.com to the mailing list. So there's the basic email message from your contact form. Hopefully you got that working. If not, go through the lecture again and do your best. Try your darndest to get it working. And that basically wraps up the majority of our tutorials and our course. But we have a little bit left, so hang in there, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Uploading Our Website Live on the Web. And in this video, I'm going to briefly show you how you can purchase some hosting and then upload your website, whether it's this site right here that you just coded, or a different website that you might want to code afterwards with the skills you've learned, live on the web so that you can view it on your own domain name. Let's do this. All right, so the first thing you're going to want to do is set up some hosting for your website if you don't have any already. My first recommendation is to go to bradhussey.ca/resources. That is my blog's resources section. I list out a bunch of useful resources, tools, applications, and websites to help make your life a little bit easier. They've certainly helped me out. And it's good to know that all these links, for the most part, are my affiliate links, and I will earn a small commission should you decide to make a purchase The best part is that it is at absolutely no cost to you. Think of it as like a free tip for helping you out. I provide you with a link to a resource. I help you out. You give me a free tip. No cost to you. It's pretty cool. If you don't want to use these links, totally fine. So the first one of my lucky 7 I like to call is JustHost. It is my preferred host I use for all my websites and courses and everything like that. You can click on that, or you can go to bradhussey.ca/php host. That'll take you to JustHost. From here, all you really need to do is just hit get started, fill out the information, purchase a hosting package, and then you'll be sent an email with all of your login information for your control panel and for your FTP protocol. That stands for File Transfer Protocol. I have a course and a few free tutorial videos out how to set up hosting really quickly. One of them is on YouTube, and it is called How to Start a Blog in 10 Minutes with JustHost. And I'll provide a link to that. Also, I have a free course called Web Hosting 101 on Udemy and YouTube. So check those out if you want to know a little bit more about hosting. Once you're up and running, if you're using Coda, what's really great is that it has a built-in FTP. You can also download and purchase different file transfer protocol applications, but my favorite by far is Coda. I've already set up on my web server, bradhussey.ca, a folder called Code PHP. And all I need to do is drag the contents of my final website into the Code PHP directory. Wait a few seconds for that to upload. It's a very small website. It shouldn't take very long. And then navigate to bradhussey.ca/course/code PHP. And that should pull up the site. Here it is. I can go through, check out all the stuff. Everything should work. And then there's the contact form. Perfect. So that's it. That's really how you upload your website via FTP, File Transfer Protocol. And it's good to note that when you buy a hosting package, you need to make sure that it supports PHP. There are a few hosts that don't, but JustHost and other hosts of a similar value and quality do support PHP. So it's good to know that if you want to build a WordPress site or a PHP site, things like that, it's good to know if they can support PHP. And the host that I recommended most certainly does. So hopefully this lecture was helpful to you, and I will see you in the next lecture where we wrap everything up. See you there. Hey everybody, welcome back to Code Dynamic Websites with PHP. This lecture is called Wrap Up and Where to Go From Here. My friends, this is the end of the course. Thank you so much for taking the course. I encourage you to put what you've learned in this course into practice immediately. Start taking your static websites and convert them into dynamic websites. I'm sure there's a bunch of ideas running through your head after taking this course. Hand code every day, master what you know, and challenge yourself. You'll get super good that way. And if you found value in this course, please leave a rating and a review if you're on Udemy, or share it with your friends, your family, your colleagues. If you know somebody who wants to learn how to code or wants to get better at PHP, send them this course. If you want to learn more about HTML and CSS, then check out my course, Build a Website from Scratch with HTML and CSS. You can use the coupon code DynamicPHP to get 50% off. If you want to stay in the loop with me and about my new courses and updates, then subscribe to my blog at bradhussey.ca/subscribe. Follow me on Twitter at bradhussey, and I'm also on Facebook at facebook.com/bradhussey. Feel free to check out my resources page at bradhussey.ca/resources. Lots of cool stuff there that can help you out. And if you haven't already, check out my other courses at udemy.com/u/bradhussey. I really appreciate you taking the time and following along with this course. You're the best. Cheers and happy coding.